Hey, check. Just hey, 1, 2. Hey, check. Check, hey, test, 1, 2. Hey, 1, 2. Kakampi. Kaibigan, kakampi. Kapuso, kapamilya. Pigsarong pwersa. Sound check, sound check. Ganun. Maray na aga-naga, maray na aga Bicolandia. Welcome po sa programa nindo. Pasko. Welcome po sa KBP, Kape, Bareta, Asim Panisal, kay banda po si Vice Mayor Nelson Digacion. Ngunyan na Disyembre, ano ngunyan? Disyembre 12, taon 2017. Mga kaibahan po ang mga pag-iriban niya to sa media. Ngunya na pagkaaga, kaibahan po si Army Gunay. Maray na aga po mga tugang. Again, sa mga parantabay ta po sa Nagas Mouse of the World. Maray na aga po, Vice. Welcome po sa Kape, Bareta at Pandesal. Mga pag-iribat po sa media, good morning. Liwat po may ribahan kita sa laog ning 20 minutos para po pag-uralay-ulayan ano ang mga agendang tutukaron kan sangguniang paglungsod ngunya na pagkaaga. Urog na pong gayo sa ngunya na pagkaagang regular na sesyon. Mga kaibahan po liwat at ito yung Vice Alcalde, Sir Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion. Good morning po.
Good morning tabi sa imo Allen, as in sa mga amigo-amiga ta sa media, sa gabos po na nagdadalan, maray na pagkaaga po. Nag-i-improve kita Allen. Dati bareta lang, ngunyan igwa ng kape. Ang kulang na lang pandesal. Sa liwat po, maray na pagkaaga.
Sir, good morning and maray pa mga pag-iribat na digdi sa studio ta nako Paskong-Pasko na ang pagmati. Hope that the feeling is mutual to everyone. Sir, ano po ang mahalagang pag-uuralayan ngunyan sa sanggunian? Ano po itong mga legislative measures na tutukaron ngunyan na may impact na maray na gayong sabi nga kayan mataong progreso, kamarayan, digi po sa syudad ng Naga.
Igwa kita duwang importanteng topics for discussion ngunyan na session regular Allen. Saro po kayan sa iling ko si mahalaga for the next year, ini pong 2018, proposed 2018 annual budget. Si Pandua po itong proposed comprehensive land use plan to cover the period effective upon the approval and up to 2030. So gustong sabihon mga 12 years ang pigpo projekta po na magiging effectivity kaining proposed comprehensive land use plan. Po nantatabi Allen duman sa proposed 2018 annual budget. Pinoprojekta na posibleng maaprubahan po na annual budget for 2018 is about 1.2 billion. To be exact, 1,198,780,544 pesos. Karahayan tabi kay ni Allen prubaranta na i-compute itong pagkukuanan kay ining pundong ini. Duwang klase po itong number 1 itong inaapod na external source, number 2 itong locally generated revenues. Pag-abot po duman sa external source, ang tinutukoy ta po diyan itong internal revenue allotment equivalent to 560 million pesos and some money coming from PAGCOR and other national government agencies amounting to about 3 million pesos. So, we have a total of 563 million pesos classified as coming from external source. That is equivalent to 47% of the total proposed annual budget for 2018. In other words, mas dakula man po giraray itong mahali itong locally generated revenues, which is equivalent to 53% of the total amount, or in absolute figure that is 635,639,102 pesos. Of course, ang breakdown kayan igwa po from real property tax, igwa po from business tax, igwa man po from those generated out of what is called as economic enterprises of the city government of Naga. Itong income from the market, operation of the market, income from abattoir, from Bicol Central Station, daradakula po yan. So, ang kabuuan po kayan is 635 million. So, again, ang punto po digdi, iyon na less dependent po kita sa internal revenue allotment. Mas dakula kan pondo kan lokal na gobyerno kanaga is locally generated. Now, pwede ban po sigurong may maghapot diyan. Ano si pagkakagastusan kaini? Okay? For infra, si computation ta po, more or less, nasa 150 million pesos po yan. Medyo may problema kita kadigdi Allen, ninhulit kan ilista ta itong pagkakagastusan for various projects for 2018. Itong under the annual investment plan as approved, I think, as early as June. Nasa 536 million. Samantalang ang available fund for infra is only about 150 million. But then, of course, igwa pa pong involving projects for social sector, for economic sector, for environment. May mga breakdowns man po yan. Pero ang punto, kaipuhan ta po na mas maging creative. Probaran ta po na source ning pundo from some national government agencies and offices, and hilingon ta po itong possibility of entering into a private-public partnership arrangement to realize some of these projects of the city government of Naga. Now, we have here, para mas detalyado po data coming from the City Budget Office. Igwa po kitang allocation for scholarships in the amount of 13 million pesos. Food supplies nasa 20.14. Drugs and medicines 19.6. Dental and laboratory equipment nasa 6.3. And then subago itong nasabi ko pong infra, igwa po duman for drainage, barangay facilities, nasa 68.98 million po yan. Saro sa pigko-consider ta na major development for next year, hopefully mapunan po siya. Si road widening kay itong Del Rosario, Cararayan, San Isidro Road. Kung mapupwede up to Carolina. Pero ang pinaka-target po talaga dyan, Del Rosario, Cararayan, San Isidro, going to the proposed economic zone. Hopefully, the establishment of an economic zone will spur new economic activity, economic growth in the area. Igwaman po kita about 57 million for disaster training and relief goods operations. 5 million for street lights, and then mabakal po kitang additional garbage trucks. Ang appropriation po is about 16 million. For solid waste management, nasa 40 million po yan. And dahil po papabayaan si project sa Naga River, igwaman pong allocated dyan about 11 million pesos. And then, ito pong ini po itong sa PS, salaries, for various positions, including itong implementation kay itong third tranche kan salary increase. Ayan. Dakol po ang kabali po digdi. Si salary for 866 plantilla positions, and then casual employees of 530. So, more or less, iyo po yan, si mga, yan. Ayan. Si economic enterprise for Bicol Central Station, nasa 20. Sa MEPO, 42. Sa Abatwa, 15. And then, Naga City Hospital, nasa 55. Si pagkakagastusan yan. Okay. Ayan. So, more or less, iyo po yan ang pwedeng ma-expect. What will be our 2018 annual budget? What are those to be items to be spent? Ano si mga projects and programs?
Sir, naunang bitan, before garo sir duman sa CLUP. Although konektado, ano sir, makaiba na daw ito bagang pigpaparatulod ni Konsehal Vidal na San Felipe Calawag Road?
Actually, Allen, data na siya ibinali sa 2018 annual budget dahil igwa na po siyang appropriation for 2017. Nasa 35 million yan. And that is considered as a continuing appropriations. I understand itong earth filling or dumping for certain portion of the entire stretch of the Calawag-San Felipe Road, nakapag-issue na po ni Notice to Proceed and Bids and Awards Committee, and dapat nag-earth filling na po. But then of course, large part thereof, day pa napupunan. Dahil po nga ni sa kaipuhan ta nin at the very least, writ of possession from the Regional Trial Court. And I think that is a matter that should be prioritized by the City Legal Office.
Sir, to our understanding, ining mga baagutang mga road networks na pikaplanong itugdok, I understand you have proposed a 30-year sustainable development plan, which was supported by the mayor, na pinupush niya nga ni yung 30-year sustainable development plan ta. Igwa na ba kitang ko yan, sir? Kumbaga, kwenta hinihiling na mga disenyo kan mga baagong tinampo digi sa Naga. Urog na ini mga baago mga for construction pa sa naman. So, igwa na po baga, sir, na kumbaga nagiging problema ta na kay sir bagay ni mga kahoy sa gilid, mga poste sa tinampungon yan. Do we have that plan?
Very relevant, Abi Allen, yung kahaputan mo, especially na igwa kitang pending proposed ordinance para po sa road construction design na inaapod. Igwa po, madepende sa width kan tinampo. Right now, we are saying na itong mga major roads should at least be 20 meters wide. 20 meters. Kaya yung Calawag-San Felipe Circumferential Road, 20 meters na yan. And we have a proposed road design for that. Iba pang mga masurunod na mga circumferential road, dapat arog na din po kayan, 20 meters. Tanganing essentially magiging 4 lanes po siya with provisions for center island if that is possible. And then igwang provision for utilities, igwang provision for
sidewalk,
drainage, igwa para sa electrical post, and of course igwa man para sa mga kahoy. So gabos po ini, and also provision for bicycle lanes.
That's good.
So igwa kitang 20 meters, of course igwa din mga 15 meters, especially si mga existing. Si dipisil na po na ma-widen bad hanggang 15 meters na lang po kita. Igwa man mga tinampo na 12 meters lang. Igwa man 10. So igwa man specific design for that. Nasa proseso po kita, nasa second reading, and the latest instruction of the Sangguniang Panlungsod is to seek comment from the Department of Public Works and Highways, from the City Engineer's Office, and from the ENRO. Tanganing ma-consider taman si mga recommendations po ninda o kaya suggestions. But the point is, mauta na mas lalong mapakarisis sa tuyang mga tinampo, and ma-consider taman si concern kay itong mga environmentalist. But then, I think everyone should also understand na may mga tanong po talagang kahoy na sala sa lugar. May mga poste na sala sa lugar. And more often, ini si reason kung taano may mga aksidente. These are risks not only to properties but also to lives. And saro po nga ni kayan na ehemplo, ito po bagang 2 weeks ago, si kotse na buminangga sa sarong poste dyan po sa may San Felipe. Sa may halos boundary kan San Felipe and Peña Francia. So, iyan po si Kalakawan. Ang pinaka long-term plan, itong formulation kay itong 30-year Sustainable Urban Development Plan. Again, we are also in the process of completing it. Pero ining mga arog kay ining idea about making sure na itong satuyan tinampo mas dakula, ma-achieve itong pangaturugan ta na maging walkable and bikeable city ang Naga, maibabali o kaya maibabali duman sa proposed 30-year Sustainable Urban Development Plan. Including ining pong ko yan, mga circumferential road na mautang i-construct. Yan. And of course, itong in the area, for instance, of education, mas maray na mabanggit ko na po ini. Initial discussion with BISCAST indicates for a need for it to expand. Pero dahil sadit na po ang area ninda dyan sa may Peña Francia, kaipuhan ninda na mag-expand sa ibang lugar. Mag-establish ng inaapod na annex. So ang pigiling ta po dyan sa may, kung bako dyan sa may San Felipe, Pacol or Cararayan area. Harani o kataid ka itong ikikrearta na circumferential road. Tangaling maging accessible po siya. Dahil maging problema itong accessibility issue. Likewise, related to the establishment of BISCAST Annex, itong plano man kan Metro Naga Water District to put up what is called as a water academy. So, pwede magkataraid po yan. Related si purpose, si objective. And such other agencies or offices that may also be established in the area. Yan. That is aside from the establishment of an economic zone. So, sa hiling ko po, gabos ini magiging parte kan proposed 30-year Sustainable Urban Development Plan. And base man po sa pakikipag-ulay ta kay Congressman Gabby Bordado Jr., iimbitaran ta siya o kayaan sa iyang representante sa sarong pagtiripon kung sa Incabali si mga mayors and municipal planning officers of the respective local government units within the what is called as Metro Naga area. Pili, Milaor, Magarao, Kanaman, taaram taman na dapat makonsider taman po sinda sa pag-isip ta, sa pagplano ta kan development kan sa tuyang lugar.
Sir, in brief, CLUP, gaano po ini ka-importante? May naghaharapot, why is there a need for a CLUP? Taano ta, dahil na lang, pwede mangyabagang hilingo na lang si nagkakairisipan mo niyan and just plot it, tapos gibuhon kang syudad. Why is there a need for a, we're almost planning for almost 2 years now for the CLUP. Ano po takaypuhan, very strict kita sa pagpaplano kang papel na ini, kang dokumentong ini?
Number one, kaipuhan po siya. Mandato po siya kan sa tuyang lay. Pero sa hiling ko, apuera kayan, maski mayo po kayan, mahalaga na igwa kitang plano. Kapareho po kan pigpoproponer tang 30-year Sustainable Urban Development Plan. As I have been saying, there is always an advantage to planning. Because if you plan, somehow you bring the future to the present, where you still have the benefit, you still have the advantage of thinking with it and maximizing resources. Kaysa kung mayo po kitang land use plan, kaysa kung mayo po kitang 30-year Sustainable Urban Development Plan, we are not able to anticipate the problems, the challenges, and the difficulties that we are expected to face in the near future. Pag naka-antisiparan ta po yan, mas nakakahanap po kita nin marhain na solusyon. Of course, dahil man gabos na problema na maabot sa futuro, maiisip ta na po kaya kaipuan man po na may periodic review kaining land use plan and kaining sustainable urban development plan. So maximizing resources, I think, is one of the most important reason, and that therefore pag na-maximize na po si resources, mas dakol kita na pwedeng gibuhon, mas napapatama ta po.
Okay, marikasan po kita. 2-3 questions. Roy?
Morning, sir. Sir, ano po dakulaon si sa tuyang annual investment plan? Ano po si pinakang gagastusan kay itong IPE sa sunod na taon?
Roy, ang totoo po kayan, ining annual investment plan, produkto po ini kansarong workshop involving not only the elected officials but also the heads of various departments and offices. Piglis na tapo si mga pangangaipo kan kada departamento, kan mga maot po nindang giribuhon. Nagkataon po na kadakol si gustong gibuhon, pero kulang si resources. Kaya po nga ni sabi ko kasubago, baad kay po ang tadigding mas maging innovative sa paghanap ng mga paagi kung paano marirealize ining mga proyektong ini. So, kay po din siguro na mag-prioritize. Arin ba duman sa mga nakalistang ito, kung sa si initial estimate is more than 500 million, ang pwedeng irinoton. Igwaman po duman na dahil man tulos matatapos si completion kan project within a period of 1 year. So baad sa masunod na budget year, si kakulangan sa pondo, sa fund allocation, i-consider man sa masunod na budget year. As to which will be prioritized, iyo pa yan si pag-uulayan kan sanggunian, including Mayor Jan Bongat. Kaya po nga ni kan sarong aldaw, igwa ng initial agreement na maurulay po kami. Preferably before the final approval of the proposed annual budget. Dahil ko pa po inaasahan na maaprubahan na po ngunyan si proposed 2018 annual budget. Pero tibaad bago si actual approval, magkaigwa ng pagtiripon between and among us elected officials.
Okay, Myra?
Good morning, Sir Allen and Vice. Igwa na pong urulay ang konseho. Duman po baga sa plano na para magkaigwa na yung panibagong contract agreement between SM and a City Hall. Duman po baga sa frequency and pagbabago, innovation, whatever. Duman po sa mga senior citizen.
Iyo. Iyan si reason, Myra, kung taano taday mo na ratify kansang ko niyang panlungsod itong proposed actually already signed Memorandum of Agreement between the City Government of Naga and SM. Dahil duman po sa kontratang ito, si arrangement, pareho po kung ano ngunyan. First screening, Monday and Tuesday. Samantalang si kahagadan po kan mga senior citizens, PWD included, itong makapag-avail sinda kan benepisyo at any time at any day of the week, at any time of the day. Of course, during the time na open po si cinemas. So yan si pigi-explore ta itong possibility ito. Especially na pag-araman ta sa EDP na pwede man na makonsider yan. Ang kaipuan lang ta iyon na magkaigwang code reader and i-deploy ta po yan sa SM. May mga kaipuan lang na ayuso na sistema. So tibaad we are really hoping na makonsider ini kan SM. So we will be expecting probably kung bakong unya na simana sa masunod na simana a word from SM if this proposed modification of the contract or memorandum of agreement can found its way in the signed document.
Okay. Saro na lang, Vice. Check. Vice, saro ka ni si May, ano po yan sa inma ko aning budget kung kinakaipuhan? Kasi si Mayor parang gusto pong mag-develop ng parang innovation yata sa itong modern technology duman sa Naga Quick Response. Nakaabot na po yan sa imo, Vice, itong parang itong sa GPS, magamit ng GPS.
Okay. Kung magigiramduman po si establishment ka itong command center, na okayhan na po yan. I understand sobra po nga ni si allocation dahil itong itong cost estimate for building is only about 6 million. Samantalang itong appropriation is 10 million. For equipment, nasa 2 million. So, pwede pong magkaigwa nin realignment kay itong excess for that purpose na naisip po ni Mayor Jan. And sabi ko po kay Councilor Lito Del Rosario, as early as now, kompletohon na, dapat ang i-establish ng command center itong modern at par with some of those already existing in highly urbanized cities. Taday man pwede na paatras po kita. Dapat perming paabante sa satuya pong mga kalakawan. So I think we have enough budget for that purpose.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Vice. Thank you very much mga pag-ribas po sa media. We're looking at the session hall. Yarao na. It's already sakto alas 9. So, Vice, thank you very much po. And hopefully po mag-iriban ang pag-irara kita sa mga paraan tabay po sa Naga Smiles sa otro po na simana para po sa Kape, Bareta at Pandesal. Mabalos po. Good morning.
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguniang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan sangguniang panlunsod. Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan sangguniang panlunsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan An anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba, asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguni ang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion. Ini po si Mayor John Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Malipot ang banggi.
Honorable Nelson S. Legacion, City Vice Mayor and Presiding Officer present. Roll call on the City Councilors. Honorable Cecilia Villasis present. Honorable Gregorio Arabunal present. Honorable Jose Serranyola absent. Honorable Elmer S. Balimoro present. Honorable Mila Estiraquid Arroyo absent. Honorable Julian Silabadia Jr. present. Honorable Joselito S. A. Del Rosario present. Honorable Vidal P. Castillo present. Honorable Ray and Cedric Girentoy present. Honorable Salvador M. Del Castillo present. Honorable Tomas Ramon A. Sanchez Jr. present. Mr. Chairman, there is a vote.
There being a quorum, the 70th regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Panlunsod is now formally called to order.
Prayer.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Dear Lord, as we deliberate in today's session, give us the wisdom to overcome passion. Give us that understanding heart to do away with prejudice. Give us the foresight to know what the future may devise. Give us the courage and strength to seek the truth and what is good. Give us the facility of language that we may be understood. And finally, our Lord, make us worthy public servants of this city. We deeply love and highly honor Naga City, the heart of Bicol. Amen. Father,
Pambansang awit.
We wish to acknowledge the presence of the students from WRI, headed by Miss Viviline Mira, WRI students. Also, we have students from the Universidad de Santa Isabel, headed by their teacher, Sir Anjo Toledano. Also, we have before us the department head of GSD, Mr. Art Abunal, the CSWD head, Miss Annabel Vargas, and Ma'am Elsie Romano. Mr. Ramon Florendo of Enro is also here. We proceed to the next item.
Privilege time.
Anyone from the members of this body? Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my dear colleagues, fellow workers in the city government, Mr. Art Abunal, Mr. Mon Florendo, Ma'am Elsie Romano, Ma'am Annabel Vargas, the student from WRI and student from USI, friends and media, sa gabos po na yan ngunyan, Diyos maray na aga. Mr. Chair, I avail this privileged time regarding the flooding incident in one of our zone at Barangay Concepcion Grande. May I request Christine to plus the pictures of the flooding incident occurred yesterday. Ini po sa Sitio, California, Concepcion Grande. Every time, Mr. Chair, na nag-uuran, makusog ang uran, yun po ni ang nangyayari duman. So, makahirak man po, as we all know, Mr. Chair, yan lugar na yan, kababaan, and sadit na nga niyang tinampo, and kung babahaon pa, it cause danger to the residents. Ang cause po kaini, base duman sa mga taga Sitio, California, ang cause kaini, duman sa ito pong kataid kang Petron na ongoing ang dumping niyan, nasa dito ng maray ang creek. So, iyo po yan itong nangyari na si kasumpay na creek na bubulusan kang tubig, haya pito ng maray, kaya po dikit na uran or magkusog ang uran, nabaha po ang Sitio, California. It is timely, Mr. Chair, na po ang satuyang Enro, Mr. Mon Florendo, Mr. CJ Santua, dabaka po mabisita ining lugar para po to take action. Part po bagani kang programa kang lokal na gobyerno kang Naga, ito pong inaapod na Sagup Creek, po siyang Del Rosario hanggang Barangay Triangulo. So may I request, Mr. Chair, to include this under our special business order, and yaon naman lang po si Mr. Mon Florendo and Mr. CJ Santua para po mahapot regarding this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Elmer Baldimoro. Yes, Councilor Diasis. Okay. If no one else is going to avail of the privileged time, we will now proceed to the next item.
Reading and approval of the order of business.
Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move to dispense the reading of the order of business with the following inclusion under special business or order. Item number 2, as requested by the City Mayor, to include under SBO the proposal for passage of a resolution approving the use of now vacant former NCDDB office, PIDEA office beside the Radyo ng Bayan as the Philippine Sports Commission Regional Office in the Bicol Region. Also, Mr. Chair, item number 3 of the special business or order, also a request from the City Mayor requesting for the inclusion in today's session the proposal of a passage of a resolution approving the formation and participation of Naga City Basketball Team in the inaugural staging of the Countrywide Basketball League. Also, Mr. Chair, item number 4 of the special business order as requested by the Mayor. a passage of an ordinance authorizing the grant of barangay performance incentive to barangay officials. Also under SBO, Mr. Chair, item number 5, request of the City Budget Officer for inclusion in the special business or order resolution authorizing the charging against the current appropriation of Education, Scholarship, and Sports Office for the expenses used in the 2016 graduation and recognition ceremony. And also item number 6 of the special business or order is the request for the inclusion of special business or order, the passage of a resolution authorizing the charging against the current appropriation of ESO for the tarpaulin expenses incurred in 2016. Under unfinished business, Mr. Chair, item number 2B, the proposed decongestion of Rojas Avenue. Item number 14 of the unfinished business is the 2018 annual budget. Item number 15 is the letter from the Acting Chief of Hospital, Dr. Ray Carizosa, pertaining to the developmental plan for Naga City Hospital. And lastly, Mr. Chair, under new business, item number 3 is the endorsement from the Trimobile Task Force pertaining to the transfer of Trimobile franchise. I so move for its approval.
What about the subject matter of your privilege speech?
Yes, Mr. Chair, item number 7 of the special business or order.
To include the matter mentioned by Councilor Diasis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any second on the motion? The order of business as modified is now approved.
Order of business, special business order, the letter dated December 5, 2017, from Mr. Allen Reondanga, CPU Chief, requesting for a permit allowing the accommodation of 30 booths instead of 24, originally requested and authorized by Sangguniang Ordinance number 2017-090.
Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Before making motions, just would like to appreciate on the issue of being referred to the Sangguniang Control in actually expansion and requesting an action for that. Do we need query the German system association? Do we need go by the mayor who is working to the
Is the subject matter not accompanied by an endorsement from the mayor? So would you like that this be temporarily deferred? Councilor Del Rosario.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. The request is actually anchored on our previous ordinance that the Sangguniang passed authorizing 24 booths, but the CEPIO deemed it to increase to 36. So I think this is only a matter of amending the previous ordinance, Mr. Chair. Kasi may pigpas na kitang i-expand ba lang eh. Actually, this will give further benefits sa city.
Objection, we allow the request of the executive pamphlet for only concerned on the process. Maybe you can direct our secretary to request Mr. Alan Leotaga to have an endorsement from the mayor. Kasi ang alam ni Mayor, siyempre, 24 groups. So, in the 36 na, ano yung mga alam?
Okay. Can we just temporarily defer this item? We will have also to consider whether or not an endorsement is possible before we end our session. But for the meantime, this item is temporarily deferred, and the secretary is instructed to communicate this sense of this body to Mr. Allen Riondanga, and for him to appear before us. Okay. We proceed to the next item.
The letter dated December 11, 2017 from the Honorable City Mayor requesting for the passage of a resolution approving the use of now vacant former NCDDB PIDEA office beside Radyo ng Bayan as Philippine Sports Commission Regional Office in Bicol Region.
Councilor Rayan Rentoy.
This representation interposes no objection to the idea of letting the PSC to occupy that vacant building, but I understand that the proper course of action is to authorize the city mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement for the possible use of that building in favor of the Philippine Sports Commission. Because I understand during the conversation with the mayor, with our thread, he made mention about the shouldering of all the costs to be utilized by the Philippine Sports Commission, to be shouldered by the commission itself, Mr. Chairman. So I believe the proper course of action is not a resolution authorizing the use now, but the authority for the city mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement between the city government of Naga and the PSC for that purpose, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the motion is approved. Thank you, Councilor Rentoy. Yes, Councilor Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, there is a request for the Commission to already use the premises beginning December 18. That's paragraph number 3. Is that also approved?
Okay. If the proposed USIFRAC agreement could already be executed the soonest possible time, then we can immediately act on it, especially that we are considering the holding of another session within the week, preferably on Friday. Okay. So the disposition of this body will immediately be made known to the local chief executive through the secretary. Next item.
The letter dated December 11, 2017 from the city mayor requesting for the passage of a resolution approving the formation and participation of the Naga City basketball team in the inaugural staging of the countrywide basketball league, which will kick off in February 2018.
Any comment on this? Do we want to ask clarificatory questions pertaining to this particular item, especially to the concerned official of the city? Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chair, I think that we need to know how much it will entail to maintain a team. On that paper, there is already a $500,000 fee to be paid. But I would suspect that it will cost more than $500,000 to maintain a team, especially if it is as planned, a home and away event.
Okay.
They may have to be traveling. The team is not just 12 players, but you have a staff of probably the same number, maintaining them, everything. So could we have costing to go along with this, Mr. Chair?
So in as much as there is no urgency for this matter to be decided in today's session, and given the concerns raised by Councilor Greg Abunal, we are referring this to the Committee on Sports, Youth and Sports Development, headed by Councilor Ray Ann Rentoy. Okay. So, thank you, Councilor Greg. We proceed to the next item. By the way, we wish to acknowledge the presence of Engineer Leon Palmiano IV, our city engineer. Next item.
The letter dated December 11, 2017 from the Honorable City Mayor requesting for an ordinance authorizing the grant of barangay performance incentive to barangay officials amounting to 37,500 per barangay.
Anyone? Councilor Tomas Ramon Sanchez Jr. Are we going to approve or deny this request? Before the approval, Councilor Salvador Del Castillo, and then after you, Councilor Greg Abunal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I know the legal basis of this grant, Mr. Chair? And second, how did we arrive at that amount?
Okay. Who would like to answer that query? Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year, Mr. Chair, we passed an ordinance number 2016-078 granting a similar incentive to our barangay official. So may I request the Secretariat, Mr. Chair, to pass the said ordinance 2016-078.
So this was for last year. Was this approved on joint and collective motion? Okay. Councilor Del Castillo. By the way, we wish to acknowledge the presence of Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo. The Secretary will please take note. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, I raised that issue last year. And with the prodding of my comments, I did not pursue that line of questioning because for some reasons or another. But I noticed that last year we gave 3,000 for punong barangays in 2,100. That's why I'm asking what's the basis for the increase? What's the difference between 2016 and 2017?
Okay. Okay, that's a very good question. Councilor Greg Abunal, you were raising your right hand earlier.
Yeah, if we can just flash the original request.
Christine, the original request, please.
Yeah, you will notice, Mr. Chairman, that the paragraph underneath the chart indicates 1.012, almost 1.013 million from unutilized training expenses. At this point, Mr. Chairman, I can only assume that that amount is indeed available and has been cleared with the budget office. I do not think the city mayor would say so without confirmation that indeed such amount is available. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonel. Councilor Del Castillo.
I believe my query was not answered yet, Mr. Chairman. On the increase.
Yes, that is correct. So,
and
who do we call? So that your question will be properly responded to.
The requesting party.
The requesting party, meaning the city mayor.
Yes. Or the any representative of the mayor, for that matter.
Okay.
And second point, Mr. Chair, why is that barangay records keeper included in that listing? If I remember it right, there is no position in the barangay under the local government code, except the punong barangay, the barangay kagawad, secretary and treasurer. There is no mention of barangay record keeper in the local government code. Why is that included here?
Okay. So we will invite the city mayor. If he is not around, the city administrator. Would you like the city administrator and or the city budget officer to come? Okay, the secretary is so instructed. For the meantime, we defer. Okay. Next item.
Authorizing the charging against the current appropriation of ESO, the expenses for ribbons used in the 2016 graduation and recognition ceremonies in the amount of 85,809.
We might as well also wait for the city budget officer on this particular item, and let us proceed to the next.
The letter dated December 7 from Mr. Frank Mendoza requesting for a resolution authorizing the charging against the current appropriation of ESO for tarpaulin incurred in 2016.
Okay, this is also temporarily deferred. Next item.
The subject matter of the privileged speech of the Honorable Elmer Baldimoro.
Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I presented the pictures on the flooding incident at Sitio, California, Concepcion Grande, Mr. Chair, and we might take the opportunity, the presence of the acting Enro, Mr. Chair. So may I move for the suspension of the rules and request our city Enro, Mr. Mon Florendo, to comment regarding this, and probably, Mr. Chair, to take an ocular visit on the area, particularly those part of the creek that was maybe it was the part of the creek was included in the dumping as we see in the picture, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The rules are suspended. Mr. Ramon Florendo is requested to approach the podium.
Good morning po, Mr. Chair and members of the council, and especially to City Councilor Baldimoro. Ako man po namumundo kang siring kaya na pinahihiling. In fact po, kansoon ba po nagpa-re-inspection ako. But as early as August, we already made a recommendation addressed to the city mayor requesting on guidance kung ano ang dapat na gibuhon. Among the recommendations that we made in November 4, which was received also on kan November 4 po. We already forwarded the recommendation based on the inspection report that we made on August and November. Sa siring pong kaya na itsura. Among others, we recommend to formally inform Mr. Crisini of his violation under the City Ordinance number 97-011 and PD 1067 regarding the Water Code of the Philippines as follow. Number 1, we have forwarded 4 recommendations. Stop the dumping of earth-fill materials and other physical development near the Sagop Creek. Number 2, retrieve the earth-fill materials dumped and eroding on the easement of Sagop Creek. Number 3, observe the 3 meters easement requirements for creeks. And number 4, build a perimeter fence after securing a fencing permit from the city government to permanently contain the further erosion and siltation of the Sagop Creek. And we have attached almost similar pictures with due respect, Councilor Baldimoro. Now, we were assuming that the city mayor's office will be directing other offices like the city legal office to write formally a letter to Mr. Crisini and other would-be. But for the meantime, we will be requesting just to be able to ma-resolveran, request the assistance of the City Engineer's Office para po mahali. Pero it would appear na nadagdagan po ni mga basura, ma-clear si Sagop Creek. Pending po itong directive para kay Mr. Crisini duman sa saya po mga violation. Mr. Chair.
Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Araw po ako nabanggitan ni Mr. Montlorendo. One of the recommendation is halion itong mga dump na mga daga and garbage sa lugar na yan. Sa iling ko po, it could pave way para maging smooth po itong flow kang tubig. Dahil iyo po yan itong sarong constraint, kaya nagbabaha duman sa Sitio California dahil nang maagihan ang tubig. So, baka po araw po ako nabanggitan, baka ma-facilitate immediately kang Enro and CEO na mahali itong tambak po duman sa creek para as of today, Mr. Chair, may paabutan naman kitang bagyo kung sakaling mag-abot. Makos na naman siya ng flooding duman sa area. Baka may I recommend, Mr. Chair, for the immediate clearing of the area para dahil na po mautro si pagbabaha duman.
Mon, can that be done by your office in coordination with either the City Engineer's Office or the SWMO?
Opo. Premier po, kami kulang ng tao sa kung may kulang maning equipment, kami mga equipment. it might be na baga kaipuhan na dyan ang bakho takong darakulao ng maray ang ragpa sa basura.
So you just coordinate with the
Opo.
City Engineer's
So, mapatabang
Office
na lang po kami
and or SWMO.
mapatabang na lang po kami.
Meaning that is to be done ASAP.
Opo.
Okay.
Opo.
With respect to Mr. Crisini?
Mr. Crisini, allegedly po, Mr. Crisini. Medyo nahalaw yung po kami liglit na dahil man na-identify kang barangay so property owner. So it was mga pirang simana bago na-identify. So nangangalas nga ni kami na ina-identify si property owner. But we were able to identify.
So Mr. Aboy Crisini? What's the full name?
Dahil lang po, sir. Mr. Eddie Crisini. Eddie.
Mr. Eddie Crisini.
Opo.
So he is the property owner. Is he the registered and declared owner?
Sa inyo nila po, CJ. Sa DNR po, based po naman sa report kan DNR,
yes, but there must be some basis in that report. Is it based on a title or a tax declaration?
sa report lang po kan DNR. Report lang po kan DNR. So probably we can check it with the assessor's
can you
office.
for the record can you again restate the what you claim were violations committed by Mr. Eddie Crisini?
Ang violation po itong City Ordinance number 97-011 plus
what is that?
Regarding ito pong protection kang waterways
okay,
na dapat din natatahuban, I suppose po. Tapos
so that's one.
PD Presidential Decree 1067. Ito po garo itong determination of the easement.
Okay.
Kan mga creeks sa Kuda River na igwaling easement na mga 3 meters.
Okay. Okay. If you're saying that there are at least 2 violations, one of our local ordinance and 2 of a national law, was there any action undertaken already by the concerned office or offices of the government, such as if there is a corresponding penalty? Was a citation already done?
Probably, sir, we will be coordinating with the city legal office so that appropriate charges or whatever po will be lodged against the property owner.
Okay. Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, na-determine natin inside na violate, ano na sa action na dapat dito. Sorry, na-determine says, kung kaswari nag-violate si allegedly Mr. Crisini, ito sa maraming time frame yan na dapat ibuhos para mag-comply si nag-violate. And after that, imposition of the penalty na dapat ibuhos.
Okay, Mon?
We will be doing that, sir. As early as August po yan. Based on the report. Opo.
It seems that we are not fast enough in taking appropriate measures. Okay. Councilor Del Rosario.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Ito sa lugar na yan, Mr. Chair, yan, Sitio, California. Inapoy ko pa nga ni si Councilor Baldimoro. Kasi yan, kaya po inapoy dyan na California, halis sa word na Kali. So, piglighten kan si mga tao si Mood din na naman, ginibong Sitio, California. Garo Hotel, California. Garo kanta. Kaya po nga sinabing Kali, po sabi yun, agyahan ng tubig. Ngunyan kung babaratan ang agyahan kan tubig, talagang babahon yan. Very dangerous yan, Mr. Chair, mga pictures sa big filing ni Councilor Elmer, na ikuan yung mga obstructions sa free flow kang si tubig. Ngunyan na very unfortunate lang dahil kung August pa, then may reiteration kan si garo recommendation November. And ngunyan, Mr. Chair, tag-ura ng Maray. Baka po matanantaman ng Maray na regalo sa Christmas si mga taga dyan by taking itong mabilis-bilis na action ang abogado kang syudad, ang satuyang engineer, saka ang satuyang enro. Aram ko man na ginigiribo man nila ang medyos, kailan baka day nagkakaturono ang mga ginigibo nila, Mr. Chair. Nagluluwas na medyo baka din kayo napupukusan ng problema, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Del Rosario. Mr. Mon Florendo, is there an ongoing project or activity initiated by Mr. Eddie Crisini in the area?
Apparently, sir, ang based on our ocular inspections, garo dumping po ang ginigibo niya eh. Piki-clear niya sa area.
Can you not stop him from doing that?
Supposed to be, sir, he should be getting a permit from us.
In the absence of a permit, then with more reasons.
Mayo po nga mayong permit. So
in the absence of the permit, with more reasons that I think, can stop him from continuing that activity.
I suppose, sir. I suppose. Opo.
That should be done immediately.
Opo.
Okay. So
within the day,
we trust that you will take all and necessary actions first to stop any activity being conducted by or upon the initiative of Mr. Eddie Crisini in the area, and two, to remove any and all obstruction in the Cali, in situ, California. So can you render a report to us within the day or tomorrow as to the actions you have taken?
Yes, sir. Within the day, I will be coordinating with the city engineer and the SWAMO head, and hopefully will be able to form a team within the day to be able to extract whatever obstruction is causing the flooding in situ, California.
And to stop Mr. Eddie Crisini.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilor Ray Anrentoy, and then after you, Councilor Miller Akid Arroyo.
Mr. Chairman, the dumping was first made on August this year, correct? So which office should be stopping this activity?
I suppose, sir, all constructions or...
Which office should have issued a permit?
Correct.
What is the permit about? Is it limited only to dumping, earth filling, or to also construction of a building? Is it related to the construction of a building?
Pag may mga movement kay sir ning arukin activity, it shows that there will be building activity or whatever.
Yeah, but the dumping was made on the creek, which is an environmental, what do you call that, concern. So I suppose this is the concern of the environment.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
yes.
When was the last time that we noted of this activity? It was August, correct?
August 24.
What did we do from August?
We forwarded a recommendation to the office of the mayor.
In the absence of the permit, did we not go there and then tell them to stop because you do not have the permit yet to do such activity?
I suppose, sir, unfortunately, it was our lapse na day na follow-up ini until this day. But we will be working on it within the day.
But the recommendation did not include the stopping, correct?
No, it is the number one recommendation, sir.
Recommendation to stop.
Yeah, to stop.
Okay.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, why would you recommend to the city mayor to stop the dumping? But the responsible office is your office.
It would, yun sir yung normal na ginigibo mo because it would involve legal questions.
When you recommended for a stoppage in the dumping, you should have some basis in making such recommendation. Probably what? A law, a rules or regulations?
Ito nga ni po sir ning city ordinance, because I suppose there are enforcement agencies like the PNP might be ordered to really to enforce our
Is the dumping activity still ongoing? Still going on at this time?
Garuda naman sir, ang problema kaya sir kay itong dumping niya nag-overflow duman sa creek, no? If you will look at the pictures, mahiwas man po si pagdumpingan niya kundi nag-overflow duman sa creek. And that was probably I suppose was the violation of the
So maybe know now the course of action from today.
Yeah. As I have mentioned, sir, I will be coordinating the City Engineer's Office for the equipment and the SWAMO, and I will be recommending with their help to form a team that will ensure na mahali po itong mga obstruction.
So the city government will be the one responsible to remove the earth field, not the person who caused the dumping, Mr. Chairman.
But that is aside, sir, from the letters that we will be requesting the City Legal Office to prepare for the
For immediate action, I think for immediate action, we can do that. But you have to document the cost in doing so that we can charge that against the responsible person later.
Yes, Chairman, this shouldn't be considered urgent had we acted already from August. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, that was also my concern. I'm really wondering why the concern was raised as early as August, but it's now December. Nothing happened, and so we have this ill result of such delay in our action. I really would like to know what happened, but Mr. Florendo already said that there was lapse on the part of his office to follow up the recommendation to the city mayor. But for purposes of clarity, the Office of the City Environment and Natural Resources Office is a very special office in that it has the authority to issue a CDO, a cease and desist order, if there is a violation of environmental concerns. We could have, in fact, immediately removed such dumping and the expense therefore be charged against the perpetrator. We can immediately, in fact, it is the duty of the ERO to immediately act on it because we're speaking of the environment. So for proper guidance of the office. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo. So you have, according to Councilor Rakid Arroyo, you have the legal basis to issue a cease and desist order. And that should be done immediately.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilor Baldemoro?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Siguro po, laumanta na lang itong sinabi ni Mr. Florendo na within the day, ma-take action on the site. Dahil po, ngunya na si Mana, mauran, Mr. Chair. So kung hahayaan tayan, it will cause again flooding at Sitio, California. And for the benefit of the student from WRI, ang inuurulayan ta po itong likod mismo kang eskwelahan nindo. Kung pamilyar ka mo duman sa likod, iyo to mismo ang inuurulayan ta at the back of your school. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baldemoro. So with that, any other comment? Councilor Diasis and then Councilor Del Castillo.
So, one at the lakas,
Zone 1, Balatas. Okay. Okay. So Enro will also look into it. Councilor Del Castillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Siguro, Mr. Chair, magserbi ng leksyon ini sa tuya na pag may mga arog ka niyong nababarahan ang mga waterways, dapat may immediate action na ginigibuan gobyerno lokal. That's the first point. Second point, I will want to take this opportunity na maaraman sa INRO ano nan status kan laugan na agreement kan syudad with the so-called One Planet City project na araman ko, Mr. Chair, na after the retirement of Mr. Orozco, garuday na naghiro ang programa. So I want to be updated on the status of that program entered into by the City Government of Naga and World Wildlife Fund.
Okay.
Bako man mo yan, Mr. Chair, but I just want to be updated on that because that also concerns environment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mon?
Well noted, sir.
Okay.
Di pa ko well versed ka itong project, but I will ask my staff.
Okay. So to summarize, yes, Councilor Akid Arroyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair, may we request the head of the Senro, Mr. Monflorendo, to report to the Sanggunian, inform us that within 3 days' time that the creek has already been cleared of the dumping. A written report, Mr. Chair.
Okay. In fact, earlier we said within the day or tomorrow, and he responded positively, meaning no later than tomorrow a report will be submitted to us. Now, just to summarize, Mon, yes, before the summary, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, the Naga Hope Christian School, naka-monitor sa session kang Sangguniang Panglunsod. They are also requesting, Mr. Chairman, on the issue on flooding kasi extraordinary da sinangyari, though nagpa-flood dikit tuman kasugma sa sobrang uran pero mas halangkaw si tubig, so they are asking for our assistance, Mr. Chairman. Maybe the Naga Hope Christian School concern may also be included in our concern. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. So to summarize, number one, I think, Mon, you have to review the authority of your office, because it appears to me that we do not have a very clear understanding of the power and authority that your office may possess under our existing law, whether national or local. And this is very important, especially in acting immediately on concerns like this. If you are not aware of the extent of your authority, you may not know what you will have to do. So review the authority of the office. Had you known it, then probably as early as August, you could have acted on it, even without perhaps the instruction from the city mayor. Because if the authority is vested upon you, upon your office, then you do not have to secure prior permission from the local chief executive. Especially that what is involved is the interest, the welfare of the people that is going to be adversely affected in the area. So that is one. This is for further actions that you will have to do in the future. Number two, for immediate action, remove the dumpings in the area. Okay, and we have already said that you will have to coordinate with the city engineer's office and or the SWMO so that this can be done the soonest time possible, no later than today. And in that regard, you will have to submit to us a report of the action taken no later than tomorrow. Include also the possibility of issuing immediately a cease and desist order and to Mr. Eddie Crisini if he is still undertaking any further activity in the area that would have a negative impact on the people therein, including the issuance of necessary citation, because you mentioned earlier that there is a probable violation of our existing ordinance, so that the necessary legal action could further be taken. But the most important thing is the removal of the obstruction, dumpings in the area, and number 2, ensuring that no further earth movement is done that would prejudice the interest and welfare of the people in the area. Include also the Zone 1 of Balatas, and try to look also into the need of the St. Joseph schools.
Hope Christian.
Hope Christian School. So with that, you are now excused. Thank you, Mon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Bali. Mabalos po.
Okay. Well, thank you. We acknowledge the presence of Mr. Frank Mendoza. So we can go back to items 4. Items 4, 5, and 6. Okay. The rules remain suspended. Frank, can you approach the podium for to respond to certain queries involving items number 4, 5, and 6. We start with item number 4. Okay, Councilor Del Castillo.
I will restate my query, Mr. Chair. First, I will again ask for the legal basis. And second, what's the difference between 2016 and 2017? Because last year, it was only 3,000. But now it's already 4,000. And for Barangay Kagawad, 2,100. Now, 3,500. What's the basis of that? And third, why is that Barangay Records Keeper included in that listing? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Frank?
The previous ordinance already includes the barangay record keeper, so we just followed that practice. Also in, I think, 2015, the amount was 3,000 for all barangay officials with 2015. And then the following year, all 3,000, but the barangay secretary was 2,100. I cannot recall the reason why it was 2,100. For 2017, the idea there is to differentiate the positions of the different barangay officials. So the punong barangay and barangay kagawads were given an additional amount of 500 to 1,000 pesos to differentiate their position from the other barangay officials. So that's the reason why it's 4, 3, 5, and 3,000 for all the rest. As for the basis, we were banking on the previous issuances of the city government. For the past several years, we have been giving them those additional benefit by December.
Okay. Was there an instance, Frank, in the past that appropriations like this was disapproved by the Commission on Audit?
I do not recall any disallowance for similar appropriations.
So effectively, this is considered allowed. Okay. Again, Councilor Del Castillo and then Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with that line of reasoning that we are banking on previous issuance, we can also do that to our city government employees. But when we are talking already of city government employees, we are looking for legal basis which was issued by the national government. So there is some semblance of discrimination in this issue, Mr. Chair. If we grant a benefit for this, it should also be given to other, particularly employees of the city.
Okay. Thank you for that suggestion, Councilor Del Castillo.
Sir.
Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being a former barangay official, on Section 393, Mr. Chair, of the Local Government Code, the benefits of barangay official. May I read? Barangay officials, including appointed barangay officials, shall receive honoraria, allowances, and such other emoluments as may be authorized by law or city ordinance. So in this letter, Mr. Chair, there were two requests. First, the passage of an ordinance authorizing the grant of barangay performance incentive, and another one is the appropriation ordinance. With this first request, Mr. Chair, this will be the legal basis on granting the benefits to our beloved barangay official. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Frank?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the clarification, Councilor Baldimoro. If I may add, the same local government code also mandates cities and municipalities to extend aid to barangays. In fact, during reviews, that amount is always searched by the reviewing officer ng DBM. Also, citing that section of the local government code, cities are authorized to extend any additional emoluments to barangays, given the fact that barangays are fiscally disadvantaged compared to cities and municipalities.
Okay. Thank you, Frank. So, insofar as this item number 4 is concerned, we are approving this on joint and collective motion? Okay. Councilor Greg Abonel?
Mr. Chairman, earlier I expressed that I was assuming that 1.012 million was indeed available. I said that the mayor would not have pointed to that amount if it were not available.
Okay.
Maybe now at this point, is that all that is unutilized for training expenses? If so, what's the gross budget of different offices for training expenses? And is that possible to determine now?
Frank, are you in possession of the necessary information to respond to the question?
Yes.
Okay.
The balance of the training expenses for all the different offices and departments is less than 1.1 million. And checking the trend, very little obligations were charged against that account. And given the time period remaining, we presume that that would no longer be fully utilized.
Yeah.
Okay. Meaning the amount is only enough to cover this.
Yeah. We assume that that was available. May we know what was the gross training expenses for the year?
With apologies, Mr. Chair.
You are referring to the unutilized?
No.
The entire amount for the year?
Initial appropriation. Total initial appropriation, I don't have the figure, but the balance as of yesterday is less than 1.1 million. But we can furnish the Sangguniang that figure.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Councilor Greg. Councilor Del Rosario and then Councilor Sanchez Jr.
Mr. Chair, si Sir Frank Laman ko niyan ang satuyang bagong City Human Resource Management Officer. So probably po, Mr. Chair, next year, sana po mayon ng matada sa training expenses. Kasi mas marami po itong mga empleyado na susuportahan sa advancement nila sa trabaho, sa professional growth. But sabihin, pag nakulaon po ang balance sa na unutilized na training expenses, dahil tanggayon na maximize si pag-provide ng avenue for professional growth kan sa ito yung mga empleyado.
Okay. We proceed to item number 5. Christine, item number... before that, Councilor Sanchez Jr.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Minob ko na po sa bago si Sarong Ordinance. So, Another ordinance po reverting to unappropriated balance the amount of 1,012,500 from unutilized training expenses for various offices and appropriating the same to the Barangay Support Fund under special purpose appropriation for funding the BPI.
Without objection, same is approved. On joint and collective motion, two separate ordinances. Okay. We proceed to the next item. That's what? Item number 5. Okay. Any comment on this? If none, are we approving the same? Councilor Del Castillo.
Just a clarification, Mr. Chair. Ano tangon niyan sa 2016 pa pala na incur? Ano tangon niya lang na Disyembre naghagad kayo? I since there is some shall we say inefficiency in that office because they need na nariparo January of 2017. Dahil na nag-request. Ngunyan kung so arin Disyembre na saka ma-request. Dapat siguro maging leksyon iniyo na pag-araw kayo dahil napagtaan na appropriation dahil inefficient ang opisina. This one, ako dahil kumakuyan Mr. Chair na mag-object, but next time around, siguro ma-object na. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, it may seem, Mr. Chair, that 85,000 pesos may be too big just for ribbons, and therefore we have to know the resulting cost per ribbon. Because for purposes of informing the public, kasi baka sabihin po kayo, 85,000 ribbons lang, pero dakulo po yan na ribbons, aram tayan. So, dapat, we should be provided with the resulting cost per ribbon for information of our public from whom the money comes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro po to give explanation in this, so baka po pwedeng ipapunta si Mr. Nani Soron to shed light why it total for 85,000 pesos. But my understanding, Mr. Chair, gabos po yan for the graduation and recognition ceremonies for the entire elementary and public elementary and secondary schools in Naga. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, but Councilor Rakid Arroyo, I think not only Councilor Rakid Arroyo, but also some members of this body want some kind of clarification as to why that amount. Okay, so the Secretary is instructed to require the attendance of Mr. Hernani Soron. Councilor Greg Abunal.
Do we have an attachment to this? The last line says,
okay,
as per attached
is
document.
there an attachment, Christine? Where is the attachment? Yan, dyan. There is here a half-inch thick document. These are the attachments being referred to in the letter. So, would you like to see it, Councilor Rakid Arroyo? Or should we still wait for Mr. Hernandez?
Wait for Mr. Soron, Mr. Chair.
Okay. For the meantime, this is temporarily deferred. Insofar as this item is concerned, I think there is, Mr. Frank Mendoza can already be excused. Insofar as item number 5 is concerned. We proceed to item number 6. Also, this will require the presence of Mr. Hernani Soron. So the same is also temporarily deferred. We now proceed to the next item. Yes. We acknowledge the presence of Mr. Allen Riondanga. So we will now take this up. Item number 1 of the special business or order. Kindly approach the podium, Allen.
Good morning, Your Honors.
Were you already informed that a member of this body is thinks highly of the need for endorsement of the mayor on the request?
Apologies, Mr. Chair, for submitting the letter without the endorsement of the mayor. However, Mr. Chair, I was able to obtain the mayor's endorsement just this morning. I already gave it to Christine, Mr. Chair, and have it scanned.
Okay. Councilor Labadia Jr.
May I request the Honorable Lito Del Rosario to do the honor to make a motion? May I move, Mr. Chairman, to approve the said request on joint and collective, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. On joint and collective motion. Thank you, Allen.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Next item.
Unfinished business. The letter dated December 4, 2017 from Mr. Art Abunal of GSD with respect to the request for resolution authorizing the purchase of service vehicles of various offices. For this, we invited Mr. Chair, Mr. Art Abunal, Ms. Elsie Maria Romano of the CSWDO, Mr. Roderick Reforzado at the Bicol Central Station, Mr. Monflorendo of the City Enro, and Mr. Leon Palmiano, the City Engineer.
We acknowledge the presence of Mr. Nonoy Reforzado. The rules remain suspended and we request Art kindly approach the podium for this particular item. Any backgrounder? Councilor Greg Abonel?
This matter, Mr. Chairman, was taken up by the APRO committee, and the main question was, normally we do not specify the brand of the cars that we're ordering, but even as that was raised, we individually, there already were questions as to the different brands that were in fact requested. So for purposes of clearance, the committee was saying you only have to remove the brands from for approval by the Sangguniang.
Okay. Yan na siya nito. So we will not specify the brand in the subject resolution. Okay. Art? Yes, Councilor Kid Arroyo.
May we know, Mr. Chair, the reason why in the request there are already specific brands? What's the basis of the identification?
Art?
Yes, actually, you know, Your Honor, that was the preferred brands of the different departments. But
yes,
during the meeting, Your Honor, we will remove the brand. We will just specify the specs of the different autos.
So we expect that that will be done.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Chair, may I know why there's no request from the City Assessor's Office? In one of the committee hearings that my committee had, Committee on Land Use, particularly on implementation of the idle land tax ordinance of the city, one of the reasons of the assessor is for the difficulties they are so limited in terms of mobility. So may we know why there is no request? Has the office made the request for vehicles needed by its office or none?
Actually, Your Honor, those requests were just forwarded to me by Mr. Frank Mendoza, the budget officer. I don't know if the city assessor have requested a service vehicle for their office.
Okay. Frank, would you be able to respond to the question?
Mr. Chair, I share the sentiment of Councilor Miles Regid Arroyo that the city assessor's office should be given a vehicle. I noticed that there are 2 units of Avanza for CEO, and I talked to Engineer Chito Palmiano. He volunteered to give one of the units to city assessor with open hearts. And
okay, Councilor Del Castillo.
Siguro dagdagan ko lang, Mr. Chair.
Not only one?
Aday, bakong auto ang dadagdag ko, kundi
okay.
paliwanag lang.
Sige.
Actually, Mr. Chair, when I returned to the city, I talked to the city assessor. Kung taano ta, gulpiyon sindang dapat gibuhon sa field, lalo sa assessment. Ang sabi sa kuya, taon-taon naghahagad sinda ning appropriation for the purchase of vehicle, but unfortunately, dahil sinda pigtataan. So, salamat kay Engineer Palmiano na nagpaunra na antaro kaniyong duwa man pakayang Avanza, itao naman sa assessor's office para mag-ibo si trabaho. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Frank?
If I may add, actually the city assessors had a previous appropriation for vehicle. City assessor, abattoir and veterinary, urban poor and endro, and I think some other offices. But the decision then was to pull all the vehicles under the city mayor's office, which could be utilized by any office. But it would appear that some offices are not able to utilize such vehicles.
Okay. Councilor Regid Arroyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, yes, considering the prices of oil, of fuel, petroleum, I think we should consider buying a diesel engine instead of gas.
Given that listing, Mitsubishi Adventure will no longer be a viable option, or rather an option, because Adventure is Euro 2, the requirement is Euro 4. And Avanza are mostly gasoline engines. If you revert to diesel engines, mas mahal po kaya, baka din na kaya kang budget.
Actually po kaya, kaya po, bali yan ang nakuha aming mga brands kasi po, binasimi lang po sa budget na igwasinda. Kang in-endorse po sa ko ang yung mga request ninda, may mga specific budget na po sinda. So pinapatama ko lang po kung hanggang guraano lang si budget ninda, kung anong pwedeng bakalon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we know that. That's why we are instructing the office to look into the possibility of purchasing instead diesel engine vehicles without specifying brands, so that we can actually consider what would be cheaper for the city government's operations in the long run. Definitely a diesel engine would enable us to save more in the long run. It's just a difference, I believe it's just a difference about 50,000, Mr. Chair, for a diesel engine.
Yes, Councilor Labadia.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, dun sa line of message ni Councilor Miles, just for the record, Mr. Chairman, this representation would also like to request, if possible, magamit kita ng electric vehicle. Just a suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
But for the meantime, we will already authorize the purchase of vehicles. Okay. Councilor Del Rosario and Councilor Baldimoro.
Yeah, sundan ko po itong sinasabi ni Councilor Miles. This representation, Mr. Chair, is not is keen on supporting the move that we purchase these vehicles. But in the long run, indeed, we have to take into consideration yung sa maintenance at kasi other costs.
Yes. That is correct. Councilor Ballimora?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand, Mr. Chair, that there is two requests. First, a resolution approving the procurement of the vehicle, and another is the appropriation ordinance. So, may we ask the city budget officer the total cost of the above of all the vehicle, Mr. Chair?
All those vehicles are funded, Mr. Chair, from the respective budgets of each offices, except for the city engineer's office, wherein the amount would be taken from the building trust fund, building permit trust fund. All the rest are under general fund.
Okay. If there is no more comment or question, I think we are now ready to approve. Councilor Aquino-Arroyo?
May we defer consideration of the matter until we are submitted, until an information is submitted to us, whether the budget of the different departments for this purpose would suffice if the engine that will be purchased is diesel. Because if it will not be insufficient, then I think we should add more.
Frank, are you not in possession of the necessary information?
Offhand, Mr. Chair, I think the budget will not be able to accommodate if we make it diesel engines.
How much do we need for the purpose?
Romero po, mahanap kitang similar vehicle dyan sa Avanza. Sangunyang kaya, Innova, pero mahal na yan Fortuner na lang. Or MUX. Pinakabarato sa mga diesel na sa Lincopidi man, MUX.
Which amounts to?
Around 1.2 or 1.3.
So how much is the difference? Around 4? 400?
4 to 500.
4 to 500 per vehicle?
Yes.
Times how many? 7. So we will need, Councilor Miles, the difference according to Frank is about 400 to 500,000 per vehicle times 7. So that's
I think
3.5.
Yes, I think, Mr. Chair, it will be worth the investment. In the long run, it will save cost to the city. It will be cost saving on the part of the city. So may I move that we temporarily defer and we be provided with sufficient information, Mr. Chairman?
Can you provide us, Frank, the information before we end our session? Okay. So we defer temporarily. But for the meantime, we will already excuse some persons we invited for this purpose. To include Ma'am Elsie Romano, Nonoy Reforzado, who else? Even Art, I think, can already be excused. Okay, and Engineer Palmiano. So that Engineer Palmiano and together with Mr. Mon Florendo could already attend to the instructions we have just issued. Okay?
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Del Rosario?
Kung ano ko lang po yung opportunity ng Mr. Chair kay Engineer Palmiano.
Oh, engineer.
My idol.
Okay.
I would like to see you every day. Mr. Chair.
You were with him yesterday?
Yes, every day, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, seriously, Mr. Chair, grabe po ang paguran nowadays, and the projection of Pag-asa and even Mike Padua magiging mas persistent ini sa later part of the month, including I think mga first quarter of 2018. Considering na ang Naga City, Mr. Chair, we are situated below the sea level. We have 3 sources of floodwaters entering Naga City: Mount Isarob, and even floodwaters from Albay and the Naga River. This impact a lot, Mr. Chair, sa drainage system Taig de Sanaga. I would like, Mr. Chair, to request Engineer Palmiano to update the Sangguniang Panlungsod and the other city officials of Naga this coming December 19, if possible, about the Naga City's comprehensive flood control program. A comprehensive presentation, Mr. Chair, showing to us ano na po ang nagkatarapos ng mga drainages, arin pa si mga networks na daipa, para po ikaw kita ng clear understanding sa kunya, Mr. Chair, para sa focus na sa 2018, matanan taman ng magkakanigong suporta ang City Engineer's Office. Ito pong pigis sa Sarabit na Subago, kuya lang ito, mga ano lang ito, mga padirikit-dikit na problema, baka po matanan kita kang comprehensive eye view kang City Engineer's Office next Friday, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that is a very good point, Councilor Del Rosario. I understand that there is this flood mitigation board. May we know from Engineer Palmiano if you are a member of the flood mitigation board, or are you not the chairman thereof?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There is a.
You are the chairman.
No, sir. There is a board.
What is your position in the board, if any?
I'm only a member of the board, Mr. Chair.
Who is the chairman of the board?
Actually, the chairman is the mayor, Mr. Chair.
But you will be in a position to present to us the data, the desired data.
What we can present, Mr. Chair, are the data that we have at the City Engineer's Office. The board actually does not have a data on the flooding, Mr. Chair.
What about the... I am assuming, because this is a board, I am assuming that some kind of assessment or evaluation was done when it started performing its functions, and all the plans that it intends to undertake to respond to the problem.
Mr. Chair, actually, to be honest, the board seldom meets, Mr. Chair, because the members of this board comes from various offices, including DPWH and other offices and government offices, Mr. Chair, and it's too difficult to convene the board, Mr. Chair.
At any rate, whatever data is available, involving the board or involving your office, we expect that to be presented to us during our session on Tuesday next week. So you still have the time to prepare whatever presentations that is needed.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We will do that, Mr.
Okay. So thank you, Engineer Palmiano. Are we done with Engineer Leon Palmiano IV? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We take a break? Yes. We acknowledge Mr. Hernani Soron. We first complete our discussion of items 5 and 6. Nani, please come forward. So, item number 5. There are questions, Nani, involving item number 5 and 6. But first on item number 5. Can you tell us why the two matters? Number 1, apparently the expenditure was incurred as early as 2016. And it is only now that we are being requested this kind of legislative action. Number 2, we want to know why for one single item the amount is more than 85,000.
Good morning, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. As to the payment for square foot graphics in ads, the first item, which amounts to 85,890, sa ribbons po, ini po kaya mga ribbons po ni na ginamit kang 2016 recognition and graduation ceremonies of all public elementary and secondary schools. At that time po, we are still allowed to charge that amount to the Special Education Fund, but it was disallowed by the City Accounting Office. So we have been instructed to request for the charging of that amount to against the general fund. So an ordinance for that matter was issued authorizing or approving the release of fund for the payment, but we were informed that the amount for that payment was reverted or was used for other purpose by the City Budget Office when we passed the document for payment. So we are requesting the honorable body to charge that amount to our current appropriation in the Education, Scholarships, and Sports Office. Nag-abot po yan dyan sa amount na yan, Mr. Chair, dahil all recognition and graduation ceremonies from kindergarten, recognition ceremonies from grade 2 to grade 5, and graduation ceremonies for grade 6, including the junior and senior high school, ay pigtawan po taning pig-providean ta po ning ribbons. But this year po, dahil na po yan pig-allow, pig-pa-shoulder mo na po, po sa mga parents pag-procure po ning mga ribbons. So that procurement happened in the year 2016.
Okay. If there is no more question?
More or less 4,000.
More than I think more or less 8,000 pupils and students po ang nag-benefits po kaya.
Okay. So I think that is justified. Councilor Del Castillo?
So, since we will be passing a resolution, what will be the source of fund on which this 85,000
ESO.
890?
ESO. From the current appropriation.
Particular item, line item in the budget.
Other maintenance and operating
okay.
expenses of the Education, Scholarships, and Sports Office, the current appropriation for this year.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. So we are passing this on host motion. On joint and collective motion, the same is approved. We proceed to item number 6. Item number 6 is about tarpaulin, also incurred in 2016.
The billing statement for that payment, Mr. Chair, was submitted only this month because I asked the supplier to consolidate all the records of bills na babayadan po kang
So that is the reason why the request was only submitted.
Yes po.
Lately.
Ginamit po yan sa intercollegiate and other sports programs of the city, including grassroots and competitive level sports programs. So kaya po nag-abot sa araw po kaya na amount. It is not for one event only. Various sports programs and events.
Councilor Labadia Jr.
Saro lang, Mr. Chairman, ang hapot ko. Gurano per square foot ang nakakaagduman sa
Our standard, ang approve ko po na it is clear to my staff na ang standard po na na dapat na babayadan bilang dapat is 10 pesos per square foot.
Okay.
Beyond that amount, I will not sign purchase request na malangkaw po dyan.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
Siguro kaya na lang na lang na next time around, pag sa manalo ka rin isip yung lumaagat nila. Operating pa
Okay.
na-include pa man sa mga really part of the party. Ito tayo magkita-pag-square na araw ka rin matapos mo.
Okay.
Ito rin matapos ng tao sa kamarin.
So, Nani, kindly take note and make sure that no similar request is done at this period of time.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will make sure po na it will not happen again.
Okay. Gabos na opisina. So with that, we are also approving this on joint and collective motion. Thank you, Nani. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honors.
For the meantime, we take a 5 minutes break. Willie, can you join us? Please join us.
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urug na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguni ang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion. Ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan sangguniang panlungsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Malipot ang banggi at huyop kan turos, nagpapaisip na yaon na ang hinahalat niya to pagkamundag ni Jesu Kristo. Kapaskuhan sa mga harong nakabiritay-an paron, nakikiriman kiman mga ilaw na tekulo, lakaw digdi, lakaw duman mga aging nangangarot. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, ang sa tuyang ikura. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, sa tuyang ikanta. Uyan na naman ang Kapaskuhan sa irisay, ang sa tuyang tatawan. Regalo digdi, regalo naman, hinahalan kan kaagian, dai masukol, nakaugmahan, dai malilingawan. Na Tindurong antang ikanta. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the girl I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. Why he had to go, I don't know. He wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Why he had to go, I don't know. He wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Why he had to go, I don't know. He wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Sisibayaan may sabi na mayo kang swerte. Buon ka do sa kod mo niyan, minamalas ka pirmi. Dayin manggat mawaran pagtugot sa sadiri. Sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi na mayo kang silbi. Lambang tao baga sa kinapan, iguanin pa kinabuhi. taban. Ang buhay balaog na halik sa satuyang kaglalang. Ipagpadiyos, mabalusta, tinawan kitang buhay. Sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi na mayo ka sirbe. Sa imong ipagpangaji mga kasakitan, ang sa imong buo dai pagluyahan. Sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi na mayo ka na sirbe. Ang sa imong buo dai pagluyahan. Sisibayaan matapang, sisibayaan matapang, mayong ibang matapang kundi ang sa diri, sa diri, sa diri.
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguni ang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor John Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan Sangguniang Panlungsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Malipot ang banggi at huyop kan turos, nagpapaisip na yaon na ang hinahalat niya to pagkamundag ni Jesu Kristo. Uyan na naman ang Kapaskuhan sa mga harong, nakabiritay-an paron, nakikiriman kiman mga ilaw na dekolo, lakaw digdi, lakaw duman, mga aking nangangarot. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, ang sa tuyang ikuraw. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, sa tuyang ikanta. Uyan na naman ang Kapaskuhan sa irisay, ang sa tuyang tatawan. Regalo digdi, regalo naman, hinahalagan ka ang kian, dai masukol, nakaugmahan, dai malilingawan.
Aram ba ganindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ang People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Akta Republika 6975 asin 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran asin desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapas sa indang katungdan. Sa siyudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asin konsihala Miles Regid Arroyo bilang vice chair, Chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa pleb, mag-upod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasurok kan namamanwaan. Ang pagiramdum na ini hatod sa Indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa pamamayo ni Alcalde Jan Bonga asin Vice Alcalde Nelson Ligacion sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office. Tig-ura na naman mga tugang, kaya naglalangkaban na naman ang mga helang urog na ang dengue. Paano kita makakaiwas sa dengue? Uyan mga tips. Enot, kung may flower vase, ribayan ang tubig kaini sarong bes kada simana. Ikadua, linigan ang mga sagurong kan atop, siguruhon na mahahali ang mga dahon asin ati na nakabagat sa pagbulos kan tubig uran. Ikatulo, siguruhon na daining tubig ang magamit na ruweda, lata, bote o tansan o tubon ang proper waste disposal. Ikaapat, siguruhon na maining tubig ang saludan kan refrigerator asin katuhan. Ikalima, takupan ang mga balde asin mga drum na tinitipunan nin tubig. Ikaano, magsuulot din mga halabang bado na mataon ng proteksyon sa mga braso asin tabay. Ikapito, linigan ang palibot urog na ang makali. Asin ang ikawalo, kung may kalintura na ning duwang aldaw asin may rashes na ang kublit, magpakonsulta tulos sa pinakarating health center asin ospital.
Ini po si Mayor Jan Bongkat. Tarabangan tapong sugpuon ang dengue. Araw-alaw tapong linigan ang palibot kan sa tuyang harong. Sa disiplina asin kalinigan. Hela, malilikayan.
Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa Indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office asin kan City Health Office.
Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Oh, I believed in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the girl I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. Why he had to go, I don't know. He wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Why he had to go, I don't know. He wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Why he day. Sisibayaan may sabi na mayo kang swerte. Buon ka to sa kod mo niyan, minamalas ka pirmi. Dayin ng God, mawaran pagtugot sa sadiri. Sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi na mayo kang silbi. Lambang tao baga sa kinapan, iguanin pagkinaban. Ang buhay balaog na halik sa satuyang kaglalang. Ipagpadiyos, mabalusta, tinawan kitang buhay. Sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi na mayo kang silbi. Baribayang mantubong sa satiring kakayahan, sa imong ipagpangadji mga kasakitan. Ang sa imong buo dai pagluyahan. Sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi na mayo kang silbi. Ang sa imong buo dai pagluyahan. Sisibayaan matapang, sisibayaan matapang, mayong ibang matapang kundi ang sa diri, sa diri, sa diri.
Sa iyong pagdating, ramdam pa rin ang lamig pa ng hangin. At sa tuluyang pagpasok, matatamis ng ngiti sasalubong sa'yo. Gawain namin ay napapagaling sa pagtutulungan, na ganyong sama-samang nananalig kay inang Peñafrancia. Andi na kayo dito sa masayang lugar. magandang alaalang di mo malilimutan. Gawain namin ay napapadali sa pagtutulungan. Lagyan niyo ang sama-sama nananalig kay Inang Peña Francia. Handi na kayo dito sa masayang lugar. Handi na kayo dito, kami nagkakaisa. Handi na kayo dito sa puso ng Dipolaya. Tuloy ko kayo sa mga lugar, minsan man kami nadapa. Pagpangalan aming ginagawa.
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguni ang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan sangguniang panlungsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Tig-ura na naman mga tugang, kaya naglalangkaban na naman ang mga helang urog na ang dengue. Paano kita makakaiwas sa dengue? Uyan mga tips. Enot, Kung may flower base, ribayan ang tubig kaini sarong bes kada simana. Ikaduwa, linigan ang mga sagurong kan atop, siguruhon na mahali ang mga dahon asin ati na nakabagat sa pagbulos kan tubig uran. Ikatulo, siguruhon na daining tubig ang magamit na ruweda, lata, bote o tansan o tubon and proper waste disposal. Ikaapat, siguruhon na may ining tubig ang saludan kan refrigerator asin katuhan. Ikalima, takopan ang mga balde asin mga drum na tinitipunan nin tubig. Ikaano, magsuulot din mga halabang bado na mataon ng proteksyon sa mga braso asin tabay. Ikapito, linigan ang palibot urog na ang makali. Asin ang ikawalo, kung may kalinturan na ning duwang aldaw asin may rashes na ang kublit, magpakonsulta tulos sa pinakarating health center asin ospital.
Ini po si Mayor John Bongkat. Parabangan tapong sugpuon ng dengue. Araw-alaw tapong linigan ang palibot kan sa tuyang harong. Sa disiplina asin kalinigan. Hela, malilikayan.
Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office asin kan City Health Office. Aram ba ganindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ng People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Akta Republika 6975 asin 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran asin desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapas sa indang katungdan. Sa siyudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asin konsihala Miles Regid Arroyo bilang vice chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa PLEB, mag-apod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasurog kan namamanwaan. Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa pamamayo ni Alcalde John Bonga asin Vice Alcalde Nelson Legasyon sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office.
Panahon, malipot ang banggi, at huyop kan turos, nagpapaisip na yaon na ang hinahalat niya to, pagkamundag ni Jesu Kristo. Kapaskuhan sa mga harong, nakabiritay-an paron, nagkikiriman kinman mga ilaw na tekulo, lakaw tingting, lakaw duman, mga aking nangangarot. Merry Christmas.
Of the HLURB, we're now on step 10 because we have held a total of 6, 5 sectoral and 1 multi-sectoral public hearing on the plan. Remember that what is under consideration is the plan and not yet the zoning ordinance. The sequence will be, if the plan hopefully is approved, then that's the time we subject the zoning ordinance to another series of public hearings so that there is agreement to implement the plan. The starting point of the plan is the fact that we are the fastest growing city in the Bicol region. As of 2015, our population is only 196,000. But depending on which population growth rate we're going to have, our 200,000 can easily double in only as much as 24 years, meaning to say by around 2039 or 2040, we will have a population of roughly 400,000. The lowest scenario would require a doubling rate of 39 years, meaning to say by 2054, but that is presuming the population growth is only 1.8. Right now we're doing 2.3, 2.4. What is the impact of population growth? Population growth will require more intense, will put more intense pressure on the city, meaning to say we will have to educate more people, provide more housing services, grow the economy so that jobs are created, and so on and so forth. That's why there is a need to make sure that we are allocating our land resources more efficiently. For example, in terms of housing, over the last 15 years, based on the 2010 housing census, housing construction was 37% higher than 2000, meaning to say it is growing at the rate of 3.7. Compare that to our population growth rate of 2.4, it's faster. But on the other hand, there is still a backlog of roughly under 1,000 housing units. Meaning to say, the local economy, the housing sector is able to generate, but not at 100% sufficiency. And that is one of the challenges that the plan should address. This is, for instance, the projecting housing needs. You will see, for instance, that in 2000, the backlog is 643, and 2010, 719. So we have to add this up to the requirement about the growing population, the projected housing needs plus the backlog. So from a low of 297 to a high of 448, in fact, the revised land use plan already incorporates or targets 448 hectares per the suggestion of the land use committee as deliberated upon in one of the sectoral workshops. In terms of our economy, this is our economy. We are an economy that is built on trading on the one hand and services on the other. Agriculture is only around 9%, but over the last 15 years, it has further slowed down. It's only 8% over the last 15 years. Manufacturing is even more worrisome, only 3% from around 6 to 5% 15 years ago, which means to say that trading and services have actually gained the lion's share. From roughly 80, it reached up to as much as 89%. And this is something that the plan tries to correct, the problem of a very low manufacturing base and an unproductive agricultural base. These are some of the highlights of the new CLUP, where we have designated to promote tourism on as a strategy the city center, bounded by these boundaries, as recommended by the Nueva Cáceres Heritage Movement as the heritage district of the city. And this can improve the way we attract visitors to the city, and in the process support the economy. The starting point of our planning process was the first ever town plan of the city, crafted during the Marcos years. You will please take note that even during those years, the city center is most activities are concentrated in the centro as we know it today. Driven by the fact that there are existing roads, designations were made as to new residential areas, also in the midlands and as well as the upland portions of the city. The next land use plan was passed in 2000, approved in 2002, but you will take note that growth of the city has already leapfrogged. Of course, there's still a dominant city center, but residential growth was projected to be taking place here, and it has actually materialized thanks to the efforts of such developers like Enjoy Realty. We have, in fact, the city has also promoted this by building resettlement areas to promote the Kantabay sa Kausugan program, which led to the development of new residential areas in Pacol, as well as Cararayan and other areas of the city government. So one message of this land use plan is that there is a need to reallocate our territorial jurisdiction to meet the growing needs of the population. An unfortunate downside of the plan was the promotion of sprawl type of development. Instead of concentrating development near the city center, which will promote walkability and mixed-use development. The downside here is that it led to the development of residential areas around 10 or even more kilometers from the city center, which if the beneficiaries are the low-income families, it can create some problems on them because it will entail traveling to and from the city center where most of the jobs are. So the challenge is really to make use of mixed-use development, promote development where jobs, where the source of livelihood can be closer to where people are living. And that is one of the goals of the plan. So this is our SWOT analysis of where we are right now. Our strength remains to be that we are geographically located in an advantageous position. Topography is generally flat. It is centrally located in terms of history, economy, service, and as a governance center. There are still available areas for expansion, as you will see later, and our city is accessible to all modes of transportation, although there are challenges there. The weaknesses is the fact that our 15-year-old land use plan has already expired as of October this year. As I've said, there is urban sprawl. Ours is also a growing motor economy. You will see that many prefer riding their cars instead of promoting public transport. And there is still a need to promote biking and walking as other non-motorized transportation options. But this has to be supported by infrastructure and policy. And we have limited accessibility to other transportation modes. For instance, our airport has yet to be to see development. I think early this week I saw the Vice President complaining or taking to task the Transportation Secretary for not allocating money for the airport project of the city. This will impact us in the long term if nothing is done about the airport vis-a-vis the other urban centers of the country. Rail continues to be a problem, although we hope to see the implementation of the modernization project funded by Chinese loans and get something better out of that railway system. The opportunities, on the other hand, is that we're part of the national and subnational physical framework plans. Naga is seen as one of the two regional centers in Bicol. We have good Metro Naga strategy. And of course, projects that seeks to address the accessibility, as pointed out in the weakness, which is the QBEX, the airport, and the railways, so long as these are implemented and funded. And of course, we have the new land use plan and the zoning ordinance that can support this. The threats, on the other hand, is that more and more we are experiencing climate and weather-related hazards. The projection in the study, in the draft plan, and even in the revised plan, is that over the next 30 years, our temperature will rise by around 1 to 2 degrees centigrade. And that can complicate the lives of our farmers who depend on agriculture as their source of livelihood. Of course, we have to contend with the low elevation of CBD1 and CBD2. Early this morning, there was discussion led by the presiding chair and by Councilor Del Rosario about the response of the city in regard to the flooding episodes that are happening. Those episodes will continue to happen, and one response we can do, and as pointed out in the plan, is to make sure that new construction will have flood features, flood mitigation features, and that is what we are trying to do in regard to the development near the Bicol River. We also have to deal with the high tide at San Miguel Bay. Our river is a semi-diurnal river. Every day, twice, there is low tide and high tide. So that can also affect the way we develop transportation within the river. And of course, I'm sure you have realized that what they've done in Albay is that they've channelized the Bicol River already. They've straightened out what used to be meandering, the meandering path of the Kinali River in Albay. What is the impact? The impact is that what used to take a day of floodwaters, especially if there are strong rains and there are typhoons in Albay, it only takes a matter of hours before they reach Bula, and of course, it reaches us faster and it can threaten us. So we have to be conscious of the climate and weather-related hazards. In the discussion, it was also pointed out that Naga is around 70 kilometers away from Ragay Fault. So there is a need to make sure that our public buildings, public and private buildings, hew to national building standards. And one response we are also promoting is an audit of these buildings. There was already a preliminary Ateneo de Naga study of public school buildings. The result is that half actually need further special attention, meaning to say expert review, because these are the ones that the students of Ateneo are not really confident about. So based on this SWOT analysis, before we go into that, I'll discuss along the line the QBEX. This is a 200-kilometer expressway that will connect Naga and Lucena. The challenge there is to make sure that the QBEX passes within the city government. And the plan actually promotes this scheme, which will actually promote the passing of the expressway near Libmanan. It should have a Libmanan exit so that Libmanan will be benefited. Right now, Libmanan is largely being set. It's not benefiting from development because it's too far. Its town center is far away from the national highway. There should be an exit within the city government that will benefit those going to Tinambak, Siruma, and Calabanga. An exit near the Pili Campo road, so that those going to Partido can benefit from this arrangement. And then, of course, an exit that is close to Iriga. So this arrangement should be promoted and advocated by the city so that we make the most out of this expressway. The vision was reconfigured. City Budget Officer Frank Mendoza pointed out the need to make sure that our plan is responsive to poverty. That's the reason why we have put right at the very front the need to promote people-centered development. Previously, the first bullet statement is about good governance. The realization is that good governance is only a strategy or a tool. The end goal should still be people-centered development, meaning to say everything that the city government does and everything that we aspire to do should benefit the people. And by the people, we mean to say every Nagueño, regardless of their station in life. So that is one major change. The two other major changes is we have rewritten the one word from accepting their roles to owning their roles, so that there is a more aggressive role or responsibility on the part of citizens of the city. So they are asserting their rights and owning their roles and responsibility. So botso sabihin kani, it's not only the responsibility of government to promote development. Dapat ang mga syudadano igwaman ning sa indang kabtang, tapos inaako ninda. They are owning that responsibility. So they lang nagpaparaasa sa gobyerno. The last is the notion of a resilient community. So again, this is our response to climate change and the risks that the frequent disasters that come to the city. The goal, the vision is for Naga to be a peaceful, a safe, and a resilient community. And our policies should be geared towards that. And that is translated into the following goals and objectives. We should aspire to have well-managed urban growth, better arrangement of the way our urban life is taking place, urban basic services that are accessible. Kung pwede lang na di ka na maghali sa istaran mo, tanganin ko ano ang mga serbisyong kaipuan mo, so much the better. So this requires a hierarchy of services, education, health, protective services being available within your community. And at the same time, we should make sure that Naga continues to be a hub of economic growth, a generator of jobs, so that our people will no longer have to leave, but contribute to the development of our city. Improve productivity and income in agriculture. Agriculture is an underproductive sector in the city. In terms of land area, we still continue to be an agricultural city, but it's only contributing around 8% of our output. So that has to be addressed. And at the same time, again, livable, safe, and resilient city and local communities. And this is translated into this rift to ridge framework, the way we organize our economic and other social activities. We look at the upland as the area where we promote agro-ecotourism. Our midlands or our peri-urban areas, the boundary between the forested areas in the built-up area as the area where we should promote low-density mixed-use development, high-value agricultural production and processing. So it need not be the usual rice, corn, and other food stuff, but planting crops where farmers can actually make money and, of course, improve their lives. And, of course, to address the very low industrial development, light industrial development, especially in the boundaries of Bacolod and Carolina. In the lowland, we continue to promote medium to high-density mixed-use development. So mailingtan na po, little by little, there are condominium developments rising in the city. There's one, I think, in Isarog. Another one has broken ground in Blumentritt. There are plans along Diversion Road. This type of development should be promoted because they make use of smaller footprint. So they are a more efficient way of using our land area, which is limited at the city center, for housing purposes. In fact, during the workshop on design thinking, the best idea was actually that, to level up our housing project, the socialized housing project of the city, to something that will make use of the limited land area that is within the portfolio of the housing department. And side by side, we promote commercial development, services, and of course, heritage tourism, as pointed out previously. And this is our preferred spatial development strategy. We are promoting the going back to a compact urban form to address urban sprawl, but at the same time, these are complemented by two other strategies. Trinodal spatial development, meaning to say Bacolod pong sentro, but we're looking at Pacol and Del Rosario as two other growth centers of the city, and radial circumferential development. Our road network will promote the development of more circumferential roads and an additional radial road. This is shown by this structural plan. This continues to be the city center. We project that most of the economic activities will still continue to be there, but more and more we are seeing development in Del Rosario and in Pacol, and this will be accelerated by the industrial park project of the Enjoy Realty Group. So this is our land use accounting. It's not visible, but if I'm not mistaken, we still have around 700 hectares available for urban development. Starting from the total area, taking out the protected areas, the environmentally critical areas, the strategic agricultural areas, the built-up areas, which is already 1,213. So we still have around 700 hectares for development. So what do we need? We need housing, which is in the magnitude of 400. So easily we have then required land area to meet our needs. And what is our proposal? Our proposal for this new land use plan is to allocate 2,086, roughly 24% out of the total land area as residential. This scheme will enable us to meet the high growth scenario, which is 463. So, meaning to say, maski kaskaso ng pagdakula kang populasyon ta, igwa pag-irari kitang residential area that will meet that requirement. We are proposing a commercial land area to be around 5.6 of the total, an additional 146 hectares, so that our economy will have areas that is needed to grow more. Agricultural, by taking out agri-ecotourism, agricultural will still account for easily half of the total land area of the city. Again, the challenge there is to make sure that we generate more productivity out of agriculture. Industrial, as suggested during the initial draft, we reduce this, but we're bringing it back to the original 214% to send the message that we are serious about industrial development in the city. Institutional, we have increased institutional areas by 25 hectares so that we will have allocation for more schools. For example, the campus of Biscas, which is the only state-owned state college in the city, new schools that will be established to meet the growing needs, etc., etc. Our forest reserves have actually gone up by 37%. Why? We are proposing a 100-meter buffer zone. So, igwa ka na pong designated area dyan na forest reserve buffer zone. Dahil man siya kaipuhan na tanuman ng kahoy, kung gustong tanuman, mas maray. Pero ang pinaka-intention lang niya is that we limit human activity outside of the forest reserves. Parks, we are adding 17 hectares to our parks. located in 3 areas, and I will discuss that later. Transportation utilities, another 5 hectares. The idea is to establish a truck terminal. Sa mga problema sa syudad, ginigibong parkingan si pinahiwas na tinampok ang mga four-wheelers. The best response is, on the one hand, you use the stick and carrot approach. You use the stick implementing policy, but at the same time, you establish a facility that will meet their needs. So a truck terminal is, we are proposing the solution. The dump site, it will become 10, which is our property in San Isidro. Cemeteries, we are saying that we should have 43 hectares over and above the 33 in the previous land use plan. So the additional 10 will be where our new public cemetery will be established, and so on and so forth. So this is the land use map identifying where these areas are. For instance, we have one area for planned unit development, the proposal of SunTrust. Previously, this was the industrial park that was allocated in the original land use plan. We are proposing that we reallocate this because this was already developed by Engineer Aman into Haciendas Dinaga. So there's no way you can use that for industrial anymore. But this is available. And you will see that we are going back to residential development closer to the city center and to these 2 growth areas, Del Rosario and then Bacol. The idea is that if you will allocate housing for people who will work here, they need not travel and therefore contribute to greenhouse gas emission, but can just walk or bike to from their place of work to their place of from their place of stay to their place of work. The same is true with the development in Del Rosario. If your work is going to be here, then there are new residential areas that can be developed here, and you will minimize your carbon footprint. And that is being operationalized by a zoning map. You will see, for instance, that the zoning map already incorporates the suggestion of the group of Architect Villapuerte to develop this part near the Bicol River. But what we're only requiring is, again, a buffer, so that we can make sure that the floods from Bicol River will be managed and contained. So this can be one of the 3 parks we're proposing. A river park, a linear river park that I will discuss later. Probably you can take a closer look because of the discussion in terms of flooding. This is taken from the data of the DNR, of the MGB. You will, for instance, notice that the dark blue here are the most flood-prone areas in the city. And that is the reason why we will insist on making sure that we are not developing the river banks of Bicol River very close to the river, unlike Naga River right now. So we should have a buffer zone there. And this will also guide the flood management board to guide the way we allocate infrastructure so that this can be managed. This is taken from our historical data. And if the climate change data will say that over the next 15 years or 30 years, we should expect more intense episodes of typhoons, then all the more that we should be conscious of this information. So we will use that to guide controlled or restricted development of the affected area. Again, this is the Heritage District Overlay. This is our proposed circulation system. So you will, for instance, notice that in addition to, hopefully this will be implemented soon to complete the loop of the C2, we are actually proposing that we prioritize C3 so that we can unlock development of this vast area and promote greater connectivity between the National Highway, Balatas, and then Bacol. So kung duman ka po sa Bacol, di ka na kayo po mag-agi din sa sentro, which can be very traffic heavy during rush hours. This is the radial road that we are proposing. Kung yan po digdi si magiging industrial park, so igwa kaning option from the Matiway Road, dire-diretso ka igdi, dahil ka na kayo po mag-agi sa traffic and makikompete sa Balatas and then Bacol. These are our land use policies. As I've said, we are promoting proximity of residents to place of work. So the more you minimize travel, the better for you and your bottom line, especially of low-income families. We are promoting green growth. This can be one of the more debatable propositions in the plan. During the initial draft, we are only proposing light industrial activities. But when we reviewed the proposal of Fuji's products actually fall within medium industrial activities. So as a nod to the need to promote industrial development, we should be ready to welcome that change in our policy. So we are allowing that so long as there are sufficient environmental protection or measures to address the waste that that kind of development will bring. Another policy is, again, distribution of community services. Kung igo pong mga istaran or mga community, depending on their size, there should be schools, daycare, health centers, strategically located police stations, senior citizen centers based on HLURB standards. The fourth policy is to promote prime and highly productive agricultural areas. Yan pong area sa may San Felipe, kung mapapakul ka sa wala mo, we are maintaining that as a prime agricultural area because that is an irrigated area. Yan upon kan Valenciano properties. And at the same time, again, the buffer in the forested areas and our highly productive agricultural lands. We will, of course, expand our commercial and light industrial activity areas, as I previously explained, and ensure that the easements are followed. 40 meters in the forest lands, 20 in agricultural areas, and 3 meters in the urban areas. These are our CCA DRRM. If you will take note, one of the proposals here actually dovetail with the design thinking suggestion, which is to shift our public transport to more convenient, more economical, electricity-driven transport. The advantage of that policy is not to displace the existing operators or players, but to make sure they will make use of better facilities, reduce our greenhouse gas emission and pollution in the city. Just one tidbit of information that was not reflected in the plan. The DNR measures on air quality is actually saying that over the last 15 years, our air quality is either fair or good. But when Councilor Nene and I went to Sri Lanka and there was a presentation by the Clean Air Act, Clean Air Asia group, using WHO standards, actually our air quality readings have been failing. Ours is only around 110, a low of 70 to a high of 110. WHO standard is actually 20. So we have to do something about air quality. So one way is to address the major contributors of greenhouse gas, which is one, public transport, and the other is solid waste. So when we do when we fix our solid waste problems, we are doing our part already. When we shift to waste to energy, we are doing our part already, but transport is contributing 40% of the greenhouse gas emission. So if we are able to shift transport to powered electricity driven, then that is a major step already for us. I'll skip that. So what were the actions taken by our office as a response to the sectoral consultation concerns raised? The provision for parks, we were required to identify. We have identified 3, totaling 17. One is a 10-hectare new park located at the intersection of the proposed circumferential road 2 and Balatas Road in Cararayan. Second is the conversion of the Balatas Dam site into a 3.5-hectare green enclave. And then we were closing that, so we might as well develop that as a public space and park that people can enjoy. And a 3.5-hectare river park in triangle facing the Bicol River. So yun po yung pagsasabi kong dito tutugutan ng development na sagad duman sa river bank, but make sure that there is the 40-meter buffer na agricultural area pencil. So we're proposing actually a 20-meter buffer dyan sa area na. Sarap po sa mga recommendations.
Willie,
Yes,
itong number 2 ay number 1.
Yes.
Sa inyan, igwa ka bang...
Hindi po, sir. Digda po sa may area na ni. Ini ang magiging park. It is C3. Abako kong C2. C3. Digdi po sa may kwen yan, Kararayan. Once there is a new road, digdi magkakaigwa ning bagong park.
So, meaning, we still have to acquire the property?
We will have to acquire that property. Sorry, Odi po siya. C2. Odi ang proposed na park. Where the new circumferential road will meet the Balatas-Kararayan Road. Ini po kayo pang i-detalye kang sa tuyang mga geodetic engineers, but this indicative plan points to the location of this new park. Ang pinaghalian ka ni si recommendation kang youth sector during our consultation na ang problema mi nga dyan sa Eco Park, may kudal. Pag may kudal niya, mensahe, pero dayan bukas amuya. So we need a park that is accessible to all. It can have...
No tayo yan sinapili. Ano ang igwa dyan sa lugar na yan?
Ang sarong reason, Your Honor, is that it's still available. Meaning to say, pwede pa siyang i-acquire at a low price. And the intensity of development, bako pa siyang gayong develop, for instance, unlike ining Matiway na ni. Although there are already communities along here, pero kung mabuksan yan, that will represent an opportunity for us to really develop that area.
Igwa ng trail dyan sa C2?
Iwa. May trail na po dyan. So, yaon sa vicinity katong trail ito.
Okay, please proceed.
One of the concerns raised was the need to provide permanent multi-purpose evacuation centers in all barangays. This was one of the recommendations. So under our CCA DRM policies, we actually intend to do that, complete with water supply and electric generators. But there is a qualifier. It will depend on the availability of land. So we'll have to be coordinated by every barangay. For instance, in Dinaga, this is the ideal situation, pero mayo ka naman ng available na space sa Dinaga na pwede mong buktakan ka niya. So unless you build it on top of the river, then we'll have to forego with this for certain communities in Naga City na mayo na ning available space. Baka ang pwedeng gibuhon sa mga barangay na yaon sentro, may clustering ka. Anyway, accessible man ang city center, walkable ang sa tuyang sentro. But still, we have been able to address this suggestion. The other suggestion was to identify land for agricultural use. We have been able to do that. In fact, 4,391 hectares, representing 52% of the total. Provision for public cemetery. As I've said, cemeteries will get 43 hectares, 10 hectares more, to cover future requirements, including the proposed new public cemetery of the administration. Good access roads to heritage tourism areas. We have already addressed that under the City Road Network Development Plan, which is integrated under the land use plan. A concern was raised about the reduced industrial area in the original draft. If I'm not mistaken, it was reduced by around 20. So we have restored 214 hectares. So yun po ini. Kataid lang kadong original na allocation which was already mixed-use development by the Enjoy Realty Group. Ini pong kataid lang niya, yun po ini ang garo initial na 25. So if there is still a need for expansion, we will make available this land area. Residential reverting back to non-residential use. These were considered under the revised draft. For instance, ito pong SunTrust Mega World, we identified that as planned unit development. Yun si Austria property. So there's now a proposal. So inako po siya. And the advantage of qualifying it as PUD, we give flexibility to the developers to promote that, to provide support to that planned development. Concern over the compact urban form, as I've said, probably this is one area where I did not explain myself well. Di man nalugod na pag-compact urban form ka, nakatutok na lang sa sentro. So we are actually promoting two other growth areas, Pacol, where our industrial zone or industrial estate will be established. And then, of course, Del Rosario. Mahiling po nindo ang direction kang development, actually nalampaw na sa territorial boundaries ng city. So we have to make sure that that is supported. And of course, radial circumferential road development. Limit residential development in areas where the city will widen roads. Unfortunately po, para sa MUYA, this is not the proper policy response. We are saying that there are other policy tools that can achieve the same outcome. Itong pahiwason si Matinampo, and that can be done by specifying the desired width sa zoning ordinance. Sa zoning ordinance na po, pag designate ang, halimbawa, ang road right-of-way is 20 meters, dahil na pwedeng tugdukan maski kang property owner itong 20 meters. Ang DPSL kaya kani, pag tinugutan mo ini, that will limit development in the city. So we also want to make sure that the property rights of the owners are respected. Include maps to determine the basis of the changing land use. We did that. That's reflected in page 51 of the revised draft, which I emailed to you. Yun po ini. This was taken from the data generated by the Manila Observatory, which helped us in coming up with the hazard maps. Yun po ini si last na major, the conflict between local and national policies in regard to irrigated lands. Ang position mo po is we need to craft policy that addresses sectoral balance and long-term needs. For example, ini pong mapang ini, nagsasabi sa tuya kung ano ang mga designated na irrigated land sa Naga. So ini po ang pagsasabi kong Valenciano property. Ini is irrigated. In fact, digdi irrigated ini. May project pa nga ni ang NIA igdi. So meaning to say, pag strictly tapong i-enforce ang provisions kang law in regard to irrigated lands, dapat ko tayo dahil nagkaigwaning development igdi. Ang pinaka proposal mi po is to think more proactively. So igwa kita ng mga area igdi na irrigable, ang position mi po is we encourage NIA to develop their agriculture or their irrigation facilities here. Tanganing ya masuportaran so agricultural sector kang city. Bako na digdi sa sentro. Dahil man lang siya mapapakinabangan. Ay kita for instance ng irrigation facilities digdi sa may Concepcion, dahil na siya nagagamit risan-risan na kuya na siya, non-agricultural na. So we will have to convince NIA to input their investments in the agricultural areas of the city. And this is our proposal, Your Honor. So our action requested, if this revised draft is okay with you, we are soliciting and hoping that you can approve this so that we can move to the next step, which is to take up the accompanying zoning ordinance. I'll end at that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Willie. Are you prepared to present to us the proposed zoning ordinance? Or will that need another session? Willie?
Yes, sir. It's up to you, Your Honor. If you feel you're ready, then we will appreciate that. But if you still need further clarification from our side, we are also ready to respond to your clarification. The zoning ordinance will, I think, need a little more time because it will have to be presented to the sectors, Your Honor. Duman kaya sa zoning ordinance, yaw na duman mahiling si epekto kaning land use plan sa manlailay na sektor. I think it's the right of the stakeholders of the city to know what the implications will be. So once you approve the CLUP, we have to subject the zoning ordinance to more public consultation.
What is our timetable?
Ang timetable na po, by first quarter of the year, isasubmit na siya sa kuyan, sa HLURB. Ang procedure mo niyan, National HLURB ang ma-review. We were informed by the new HLURB Regional Director. So mamamit lang po si requirement. Best case scenario, ma-approveran first quarter ang zoning ordinance, then we should be ready to transmit this.
But for the comprehensive land use plan, if we are ready, we can now approve it.
Yes. Pero
separate from the zoning ordinance.
I will recommend na mas tutukan ta si zoning ordinance na igoyan ng may direct implication sa mga property owners. Dapat aram ninda ang magiging epekto sa inyo.
Okay. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Si concern ko, Mr. Chairman, ibalik ta lang duman sa before that. ang CLUP, sigabos na pig-present mo, ito si pig-approbaran ta. Okay. Kung maduman po kita sa land use map, pinakamapa niya, land use map. Yan proposed land use map, duman sa zoning map, pakibalyo mo. Duman baga sa proposal kan Sangguniang Panglunsod, ay tatabangan ta si grupo kadto ni Architect Villapuerte. Nagluluwas tig DOL sa proposed zoning map. Ano na siya? Garo pig-reclassify na siya doon sa zoning map.
May residential na po siya tapos
garo mixed use na siya. Pagbalik mo sa land use, balik mo doon sa dati. Proposed land use, green siya. Paano yan?
I-correct me ini. Dahil pa ini na-correct ni Engineer Odi, we'll make sure that this will be consistent with what is reflected in the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Mas recent version po ang nasa zoning.
Okay. Thank you. Number 2, Mr. Chairman, on the issue katong sa mga roads. Ito bagang yan. Yang mga agihan, Mr. Chairman, malinaw na ENC proposal ta. Actually, ang iba na kang 2,000 pa yan Tapos dahil pa na-realize. And then, may proposal kita duman, sa areang ito. Ito lang proposal ko. Itong included in today's agenda. Ini yung, Mr. Chairman, ini yung my colleague. Yun na po ni si inaapod na para ma-decongesta si parte kang Rojas Avenue, nagpo-propose po kita na mag-ibo kita ng tulay tigdi sa from Mabolo, hali ka sa boundary kang Mabolo, matuo ka, dire-diretso ka, mabalyo ka, maluwas ka na duman sa area kang Almeida Highway. Actually, Mr. Chairman, proposal man lang yan to be included.
Actually, Your Honor, in the CDP, in the 2011 to 2020 CDP, sarap po sa proposals actually is that tinampo, imbis na ma-rekodo ka ididire-diretso mo ni mabal din ng Mabolo. So that is part of the scheme there. So I agree na kaipuhan tulayan tamaagi siya sa Bicol River. This is something that the national government, because they have lots of money, can consider. Tanganing mas ma-unlock ta ang development and decongest as of the
so, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that my proposal be included in today's approval, the proposed road and bridge, Mr. Chairman.
Second. Without objection, same is considered approved.
So we will reconsider that, reflect that in the new
Thank
road.
you well.
Okay.
So, ang pang-apat duman sa land use policy na bigsabitan na kay po na-expand si commercial sa air. Okay na, Mr. Chairman, i-reserve ko na lang ining iba. Kasi nagluluwas kaya duman sa proposal igo pong residential area duman sa San Felipe na convert na siya, Mr. Chairman, into a residential area, itong agricultural land under kang sa Sadar. Ngunyan garon na bugtak siya ning anong sitwasyon po kayan sa barangay sa Felipe? Actually lang yan, garo 2 hectares lang.
Piling ilong tagiraisi. Saan tangulig di, sir?
Sa Felipe at Ubangang Kampulangan. Sa likod mismo kang old rice mill.
Ano sa may ibong, sir? Sa
likod, Banyugan rice mill. Bako digli sa likod niya. Kasi sa reclassify si Kandar as residential, actually converted na. Siguro kung dyan
may malocate sa bigyan.
Pero just for the record, Mr. Chairman, kung converted na siya by the DAR, pwede na lang i-refer sa office mo.
Iyo po. Ang guiding principle, Mr. Si mga agricultural land na nasa, kung mapa Carolina ka nasa wala, we will maintain that as agricultural dahil irrigated. Pero kung yaon siya sa too, we're open to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last na, Mr. Chairman. Itong area, Mr. Chairman, ligdi from Tabuco going dyan sa inihang gilid na salog kang Bicol River, may sinasabi si Sir Willie Prillis na it would be a 40-meter buffer zone. Na kumbaga from duman sa salog, makuha ka ng 40. Under the law, ang aram ko, 5 meters lang.
Kung urban area po siya, but right now because it's an agricultural, and because we have to bear in mind na duman sa satuyang si mga hazard map, talagang bahaon siya. It's in the best interest of society na gamiton ta si agricultural na buffer. If I'm not mistaken, 20 meters ito.
So we will go for the 20 meters.
20 meters.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Labadia Jr. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern focuses mainly on agricultural lands. We've heard that as planned or in the proposed plan, we're maintaining 52% of our total land area as agricultural. Now, what would be our policy in terms of applications for reclassification? Over the past years, applications for reclassification from residential to other uses, from agricultural to other uses, have been approved by the Sanggunian without actually clearly being guided with policy on whether to approve or not to approve. I have yet to note any application for reclassification that we have denied. I'm really actually looking for guideline on when we may be able to say that, okay, we will approve an application for reclassification from agricultural to another, and or will tell us also, will guide us also in saying, no, we cannot approve this application for reclassification from agricultural to residential. Therefore, my question, are we saying that this 52% is absolutely until we have approve a new comprehensive land use plan, be non-negotiable as agricultural classification?
From where we stand, Your Honor, that is our guiding principle. Once approved, that becomes part of the law of the city. So if there are going to be changes, the new land use plan actually has a mechanism, multi-sectoral mechanism that will review whether the new proposal for reclassification has merit or not. So once approved, yun po yung guiding principle we can refer to this in disapproving or approving an application. Kung yaon po siya sa designated na residential, maski agricultural siya, then we have basis for saying so. Pero halimbawa, nagdakula na si populasyon over time. Sa pagmati kang syudad, may merito na gibuhon siya as residential, maski agricultural. So that body that will have to be constituted under the new zoning ordinance can actually take a look at it, because it is composed of sectors of agencies from the local, national, and civil society. So pwede po niyang hilingon, pero maagi siya sa proseso na papa-aprobaran giray sa national. So there is a provision for that. Pero to respond to the question, kung aprobaran po yan ng Sanggunian, there is basis for denying such a proposal.
Yes, that's precisely my question, because I have yet to note any application for reclassification from agricultural to another use which we have denied. Always because it has passed through the process like public hearing, but there's actually no sufficient guidance. Like for example, is it possible, for example, that we section our agricultural areas and we say that in each section there can be no reclassification exceeding a certain percentage? I think we should have something like that.
We can do that. In fact, Your Honor, one provision that is new in the proposed zoning ordinance, we can actually introduce that. One provision there requires actually for the approved zoning ordinance to be displayed not only in the CPDO, but in Sangguniang, in the mayor's office, in the assessor, so that each and every one of these agencies will repair to the same plan. So we can introduce that requirement, Your Honor.
It's part of the policy in our
Yeah.
zoning ordinance.
Yes,
Second, can we also look into the possibility of adopting a policy as to how certain perimeter or certain area from major streets may be used to avoid, like for example, future cutting of trees, after we have planted them. Also deciding on what best use it should be for areas adjoining or immediately adjoining streets.
That detail, Your Honor, we can actually do in the zoning ordinance.
Because
that is-
right now we're allowing residential along streets, which I don't think is advisable. In developed countries, along streets are actually not residential areas.
In the built-up area in the city center, we cannot. We have very little flexibility, Your Honor.
But too late.
But in new residential areas, we can actually stipulate that. For
Yes,
instance,
and in new roads that we will build.
For instance, Your Honor, in the draft zoning ordinance, it is required that instead of a consolidated green park, we have actually, now, once approved, we are now actually requiring the developer to put up a tree line as compliance for that green zone. So that we can do as we move forward in this zoning ordinance.
So
Your Honor.
kindly please note. And as a last point on agricultural areas, I'm really bothered by our proposal to classify prime agricultural land into residential areas. Because like you said, right now it's actually residential and commercial. Agricultural use is actually not anymore compatible. But they are actually right now prime agricultural land, and if there's a national policy that says that's non-negotiable if it is a prime agricultural land, how would that affect this proposal if considering that proposal is apparently already in contravention of the national policy?
As I pointed out in my last slide, Your Honor, before the request, we are actually in a bind in regard to that, because if we were to really strictly implement, then all the development, these are built-up areas in Concepcion, for instance. Igo po inining irrigation facilities ang NEA, but this was already residential. Hindi pong sa may ko yan, sa may sementeryo, dyan sa may irinutan lang kaning Santo Niño. Igwa dyan ning agriculture, ning irrigation facility ang NEA. But then again,
Yes. That's why our application for conversion has not been approved. It's actually one of our resettlement sites, which we cannot actually utilize because our application for conversion is not being approved because it's a prime agricultural area.
So
as far as DA and DAR is concerned.
So ang position may po is we will have to negotiate this with NEA, but again, this will require us to make up our minds. Para sa muya po, reason na ang momentum of development actually flows from the city center. Bako nang viable na igwa kaning farmlands near the city center. So baka ang the best, our recommendation is to negotiate with NEA na mag-invest in kang irrigation facilities nila. Duman talaga sa may produktibo pang-agrikultura. Sayang lang kung igwa ning irrigation sa mga lugar na igwa na ning mga harong. And sayang na mag-maintain kang siring ng mga facility kung ini are non-agricultural in use already. So this map, this proposed allocation of our land in the city actually goads us to negotiate with NEA and convince them to invest in areas na may agricultural potential pa.
Yes, but that's beside the point. We can do that. The question is, can we indicate in our land use plan a different use for an area which under the existing policies is considered as prime agricultural land?
Ang paninindigan po, we can, because we are in the best situation to see what is the most efficient allocation of land insofar as the city is concerned. Whether the NEA or any other higher
DA
government agency will agree with us remains to be seen. remember that this will go through an approval process involving precisely these agencies. So mahiling ta po kung ano nang maging posisyon nila. Once this is elevated to their level, it is the responsibility of our office as a representative of the city government, of course, backed up by your approval, na i-argue with them na bako na siyang sustainable na arrangement of providing these kinds of services. And at the same time, we will argue na the best way forward would be for them to agree with us na ang dapat na investment nila should be directed towards the prime agricultural areas of the city. So in other words, sasabihin to po sa inyo na bako na siyang doable, bako na siyang practical na maging agricultural area dahil po yan na overtake na siya ng development.
But my question is, are those residential areas, I'm sure when the NIA put up the irrigation canal there, it's supposed to serve bigger tract of agricultural lands, right? And you're saying that some of those agricultural land which used to be served by the irrigation canal of NIA are no longer farms. So are we saying that they were approved, the conversion of those areas? They were approved? That's why it's now not being anymore used as agricultural land?
Di ko po masimbag, I have no personal knowledge. Pero ang may aram lang ako, may tigibong pag-adal ang DILG, essentially looking at the agricultural sector of the city, the same recommendation. So meaning to say that the plan which actually yielded these irrigation facilities probably were prepared 30 years ago. So kung sabihin, kang panahon na ito, pwede pa siya sa agrikultura. Pero right now, hindi na pwede. So we should be, I think, more responsive to the demands of our times.
Yes, but that's because of illegal conversion. Converting use without actually being approved by approving authorities. That's the reason. Yes. So I really want us to really look closer into this particular proposal, because it may actually also be preferable that we maintain certain agricultural areas within a mixed-use perspective, para for environment purposes also. I'm really not very sure of that, Will, no, na prime agricultural land and then we're classifying it into something else. Committee hearings.
Yes, Your Honor. So that's why ang pinakasimbag mi po was this. Si last slide mi, si conflict. Ini po, this is agricultural. We maintain this to be agricultural. Ini po may irrigation, but you will see that this is right where our non-agricultural activities are. Ini po. So ang proposal mi po, the path we've taken is to bridge the ideal in the real. Nakuha na ang sadirita sa sitwasyon na our hands are tied. We have no more flexibility. Otherwise, we will, kung susunodun ta si letter of the law there, gagarabaon tayo for example, yung mga memorial parks na na-establish where they were irrigated areas. The same is true with these communities. May irrigated community dyan, but this is already a settled community. So ang magiging implication we will drive out these people from their current housing. So baka ang sa mo yung proposal is that we internalize these problems within the new policy and make sure that a better land use is adopted, geared towards those areas which have real agricultural productivity potential. Ang paghiling mi po digdi sa may kaharanigang sentro po yan na-overtake na kita kang panahon dyan.
Councilor Joselito Del Rosario.
Good afternoon, Sir Willie. Good afternoon. Sa earlier slides mo na mention ta na nagdidikit na ko niya si mga agricultural lands sa Iglisanaga. Itong naka-red, natanda ko itong naka-red na ito. Dahil ko lang aram kung ano ang relasyon kani duman sa, halimbawa, pig-declare ta siya na prime agricultural land. Then si owner kang si Daga nag-apply sa DAR for conversion. then pig-process kandar, na-aprobahan kandar, and yet sa tuya, nakadeclare siya, hindi sa pigo-propose mo, nakadeclare siya as prime agricultural land. Ano ngunyan ang maging relasyon kani duman sa mga policies kang Department of Agrarian Reform?
Taon po ko mong example, ining area na ni, igwa dyan yung nag-apply sa muya ning housing. Naglalakaw siya ning papel hali sa ang anticipation kung maagi siya dar one way or another. Sinuratan na siya kang HLURB based on our ordinance na ini prime agricultural. Nagduman sa opisina mi, nakikiulay. Pero ang position mi, our land use plan says that this is prime agricultural. So, but sabihin, hindi siya makakaabanti duman sa proposal ng ma-convert dahil tinitindihan ta sa level ng city na ang use ka ni in the best interest of society is still prime agricultural. So, ang kaipan lang is more strict enforcement, wider dissemination kang polisiya kang syudad. Tanganing si mga property owners na apektado, maduwa-duwa po sila. Now, whether higher level agencies like the DAR will approve that separate from our positions taken is another matter. Pero insofar as we're concerned, ang magiging decision ta po based on our zoning ordinance, iyo ang i-reflect sa tuyang mapa.
May mga instances na tabi Sir Willie ngunyan before ini yung present mo. Ining sa present land use plan na nag-apply sa DAR then pigkonsulta ang CPDO na tinanan importance kang DAR si input kang CPDO. Igwa na tabi karon.
Ang natatandaan ko lang po was that loan case na gustong mag-develop ng subdivision agreement. Politely, we said na
that is in the San Felipe area?
Yeah, San Felipe area. Digdi sa Ibungkok ang tinampo. Ikusinda ning mga 5 hectares na gustong i-develop. Pinailing mi po si Mapa kan syudad para sa muya. Ang sabi mi, this is agricultural. And maski ito pong surat kang HLLP sa region, sinabihan na sinda ng pwede ta agricultural. So, baka nag-igdi po, hoping na magbagong isip kang syudad. Pero, pwede ta pong sabihan na ini ang existing policy. If you want to change that, there is a mechanism. So, pwede pong magdulok duman sa board that will be, land use evaluation board that will be organized by the city government under the new zoning ordinance. So, yung ma-evaluate. Bako lang po kami. So, iwan yung at least one case. Kung nakaabot po yan sa DAR, di ko po isip.
Okay. Councilor Greg Abonel.
I'm getting the impression, Mr. Chairman, that the land use plan, Mr. Chairman, will be supported in more details through the zoning plan. How long would it take for the zoning plan to be prepared and hopefully approved, Mr. Prilles?
There is now a zoning ordinance, Your Honor, that we submitted together with this. There is already a zoning map that we will revise based on the recommendation by Councilor Labadia. Give us a week, we will resubmit the new document, Your Honor.
Yeah, earlier I heard that you were going to consult with the stakeholders? O
Yes,
tapos na po yun?
Diba? Once we submit the revised zoning ordinance reflecting the new road network, we will have to present this to them. So, I think it is their right to know kung anong magiging epekto pang proposed zoning ordinance to them.
Yeah, that is why my question was, how long would it take to have that whole thing approved by the Sangguniang?
From our experience with the land use plan, it took us around 2 months to complete the 5 sectoral consultations. So probably 1.5, and then another 1.5 for the Sangguniang to review the changes that will arise from the consultation. So I think the first quarter of the year will give your level sufficient time to act on the revised draft.
Okay. Any other comment or question? Willie, I have 2 concerns. Number 1, this is different from the example you mentioned in connection with the question of Councilor Del Rosario, but this is related. In the case, for instance, in the area there in Balatas, which is, I am assuming, based on records from the National Irrigation Administration, is classified as irrigated rice land. So, under the proposed comprehensive land use plan, we will designate this as residential area. Okay. My concern is with respect to the national policy prohibiting the conversion of agricultural lands where irrigation facilities are available or where the same is considered as irrigated or irrigable rice lands. So even if we reclassify the land from agricultural to residential, if the application is to be filed by a private entity or individual before the Department of Agrarian Reform, and if the national policy is not changed, just the same, there can be no actual conversion thereof or legal conversion because there is that legal bar. So that is one. I will go to the next once I hear your comment on this.
I would assume that case involves an area around here because this is our 2000 land use plan. Sa tayo pong 2000 land use plan, this was already declared residential. So meaning to say, in spite of these policies, the Sangguniang at the time decided that it's in the best interest of the city na i-designate siya as residential dahil malinaw na kaipuan siya kang nagdadakulang populasyon ng syudad. So probably the next step forward, I would assume NIA has procedure for them to update also their own irrigation systems, irrigation programs. So baka ang next step na pwedeng i-take is for us to request the NIA to revisit kung itong binugtak ninda or pig-designate nindang irrigated area still responds to that designation. Kung day naman po, and very clearly this is what happened digdi sa tuyang may area igdi sa may irinutan la. Baka igwaning oportunidad na baguhon ang siring na puzzle. Of course, there is no certainty that that will happen, but that is still worth a try. Ini pong precisely scheme na ni was what we built on in coming up with the proposed land use plan. So it maintains the designation of those areas as still residential areas. So pigpahiwas mi lang po dahil may momentum na siya may momentum talaga ning development digdi sa area na ni. And driven by the fact na ang sarutang policy is to make sure that the place of work is close to the home, pinagmarami po ng residential development will still happen near the city center. So yan po ang I'm not sure if that will respond to your question, Your Honor, pero as a planner, hihilingon ta si forces that are actually occurring and are shaping the city.
Sige. On second point, this is with respect to the road network. I think one time I invited your attention to the deed of donation involving about 5.5 hectare property, which is actually a road within the Mercado property. Is that already reflected?
I think it's not yet. So my instruction will be together with to Engineer Odi to make sure that those are reflected. I think you are referring to those areas in this to the road lots within these areas. So these are only partial in nature. I think it does not yet reflect the entirety of those donations. So we'll make sure that that is reflected, Your Honor.
Okay. As to C3. can you provide us some details about this?
Actually, Your Honor, this will connect. If you're familiar with Santa Lucia, Magarao, Santa Lucia, there is a Mariners Village.
Okay.
So, digdi po malusot siya. Ini po si Satuyang Eco Park. Ang proposal mi po, gamiton si existing entrance to the Eco Park, extended all the way to where the PMO of the DPWH is located. So, Pepsi area po ini. So, po ini. These are indicative in nature, Your Honor. Once you approve this, the next task of the city government through the city engineer's office, the assessor in our office is to conduct a detailed study kung anong pinaka-optimal na sistema or pakadesinyo kan tinampo. Tanganing ma-meet niya si objective na i-connect ang Magarao, may alternative connection between Magarao and the National Highway as well as Almeda going through these potential links.
Okay. If there is no more question, the desired action is for us to approve the CLUP. Okay. Subject probably to the modifications. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
May I move, Mr. Chair, that except for the proposal that certain prime agricultural area, because they are irrigated, be designated in our plan for other purposes. Except for that, I am moving for the approval of the CLUP as proposed. In other words,
with certain modifications.
yes, with the modification as pointed out by the chair, by Councilor Labadia, and my proposed modification that prime agricultural area, because they are irrigated areas, be retained as such.
How many will be affected by that? How many hectares?
We can generate that, Your Honor, but I have strong reservation whether that is the best course of action because kuya na po siya. I will go back to my original contention na kuya na built up na ang areas na yan.
Yes, my point, Mr. Chair, is that we should not be the one to change its use, but we will be open for proposals for change of use so that the discussion would still be open. Kaysa kita na po ang ma-declare na bako na yan agricultural. No?
Okay. So with that manifestation, okay. Do I hear a second? Without objection, the comprehensive land use plan to cover the period 2018 to 2030 is now considered approved.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Willie. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. We shall now proceed to the next item.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Mila Estetquid Arroyo, amending Section 8, Article 4 of Ordinance 2008-079, prescribing guidelines for policy, development permit, and alteration of plan for purposes.
I think this is now for third and final reading. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, it was presented for third reading 2 weeks ago, but as requested by the Honorable Del Castillo, we deferred consideration. So I believe the proposal is now ready for approval on third reading. If there are no more questions, Mr. Chair. No more, because third reading.
Okay. Without objection, the same is now approved.
Thank you,
third
Mr.
and final reading. Thank you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Next item.
The joint committee report to the Committee on Market Affairs and Trade and Industry.
Would you like first to take our lunch at Royal Emilina? Okay. So, who is supposed to render the report? Councilor Vidal Castillo. So, is it all right that we defer rendering the report? For the meantime, we take a break.
Defer for next session?
Sa Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguni ang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan sangguniang panlungsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Tig-ura na naman mga tugang, kaya naglalangkaban na naman ang mga helang urog na ang dengue. Paano kita makakaiwas sa dengue? Uyan mga tips. Enot, kung may flower base, ribayan ang tubig kaini sarong bes kada simana. Ikadua, linigan ang mga sagurong kan atop, siguruhon na mahali ang mga dahon asin ati na nakabagat sa pagbulos kan tubig uran. Ikatulo, siguruhon na daining tubig ang magamit na ruweda, lata, bote o tansan o tubon ang proper waste disposal. Ikaapat, siguruhon na may ining tubig ang saludan kan refrigerator asin katuhan. Ikalima, takupan ang mga balde asin mga drum na tinitipunan nin tubig. Ikaano, magsuulot din mga halabang bado na mataon ng proteksyon sa mga braso asin tabay. Ikapito, linigan ang palibot urog na ang makali. Asin ang ikawalo, kung may kalinturan na ning duwang aldaw asin may rashes na ang kublit, magpakonsulta tulos sa pinakarating health center asin ospital.
Ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat. Tarabangan tapong sugpuon ang dengue. Araw-alaw tapong linigan ang palibot kan sa tuyang harong. Sa disiplina asin kalinigan. Hela, malilikayan.
Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa Indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office asin kan City Health Office. Aram baga nindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ng People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Akta Republika 6975 asin 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran asin desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapa sa indang katungdan. Sa syudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asin konsihala Miles Regid Arroyo bilang vice chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa PLEB, mag-apod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasurog kan namamanwaan. Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa Indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa pamamayo ni Alcalde Jan Bongat asin Vice Alcalde Nelson Legacion sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office.
Panahon, malipot ang banggi at huyop kan duros, nagpapaisip na yaon na ang hinahalat niya to. Pagkamundag ni Jesu Kristo. Uyan na naman ang Kapaskuhan, sa mga harong nakabiritay-an paron. Nagkikiriman kiman mga ilaw na tekulo, lakaw digdi, lakaw duman, mga aking nangangarot. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, ang sa tuyang ikuraw. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, sa tuyang ikanta. Kapaskuhan sa irisay, ang sa tuyang tatawan. Regalo digdi, regalo naman, hinahalatkan kaakian, dai masukol, nakaugmahan, dai malilingawan. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Oh, I believed in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the girl to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. Why he had to go, I don't know. He wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, yesterday, why he had to go, I yesterday. Love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Why he had to go, I don't know. He wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Sisibayaan may sabi na mayo kang swerte. Buon ka do sa god mo niyan, minamalas ka pirmi. Dayin ng gag, mawaran, pagtugot sa sadiri. Sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi na mayo kang sirbi. Lambang tao baga sa kinapan, iguanin pagkinaban. Ang buhay balaog na halik sa satuyang kaglalang. Ipagpadiyos, mabalos na, tinawan kitang buhay. Sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi na mayo ka sirbi. Baribayang magtubog sa satiring kakayahan, sa imong ipagpangadji mga kasakitan. Ang sa imong buo dai pagluyahan. Sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi, sisibayaan may sabi na mayo ka
din ang lamig pa ng hangin. At sa tuluyang pagpasok, matatamis ng ngiti sasalubong sa'yo. Gawain namin ay napapadali sa pagtutulungan na ganyong sama-samang nananalig kay Inang Peña Francia. Handi na kayo dito sa masayang lugar. Handi na kayo dito, kami nagkakaisa. Handi na kayo dito sa puso ng Bicolania. Ang naga, tuloy po kayo sa maubang lugar. Tahimik at masaya, naglalakad sa maayos na kalsada. Sa iyong pag-iisal, magandang ala-alang di mo malilimutan. Gawain namin ay napapadali sa pagtutulungan na ganyong sama-sama nananalig kay Inang Peña Francia. Handi na kayo dito sa masayang lugar. Handi na kayo dito, kami nagkakaisa. Handi na kayo dito sa puso ng Bicolania. Tuloy po kayo sa maubang lugar. Minsan man kami nadapa. Pagpangalan aming ginagawa.
and welcome to the Andrea Bocelli, David Foster PBS Christmas Special. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome one of the world's greatest musical treasures, Andrea Bocelli.
Sopra i cieli ancor più su, dolci canti di angeli, e dai monti fin qua giù, portan gioia ai deboli. Gloria in excelsis
Thank you. You know, I'm so excited to be united again with our favorite singer, Andrea Bocelli. He's amazing.
Thank you, David.
And of course, Andrea and I grew up in completely different parts of the world, My Christmas in Canada was filled with, Victorian traditions. But I want to know a little bit about your Christmases, Andre, when you were a child. What were they like?
I think it was not so different to your Christmas. A beautiful Christmas tree, all my family all together, and many songs.
Well, the one universal thing is that Christmas is really, for sure, a special time for kids. And Andrea, I think you have a special song, right?
Yes, for the kids.
Check this out. You're going to love this. I'll say no more.
You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. 'Cause I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. Making a list, checking it twice. Who's naughty and nice? Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. You better watch out, you better not cry, you better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees us when we're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. So be good for goodness sake. You better watch out. You better watch out. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. Sleeping, he knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake. You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming. Who's coming? Santa Claus is coming. Who's coming? Santa Claus is coming to town. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
That
you.
was incredible. Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Well, Andre, that was a Christmas classic. But there must be a song that was meaningful for you growing up in Italy, yes?
Yes. The next song is my first Christmas song that I learned. And I have many, many beautiful memories of the church of my village. I remember that I went for Christmas in the church with the promise that people sang this song. Okay? And the song is called Tu scendi dalle stelle, most famous song in Italy. Thank you.
Tu scendi dalle stelle, ore del cielo, e vieni in una grotta al freddo al gelo, e vieni in una grotta al freddo al gelo. Oh bambino mio divino, io ti vedo qui a tremar. Oh Dio beato, ai quanto ti costò l'averci amato, ai quanto ti costò l'averci amato. A te che sei del mondo il creatore, mancano panni e fuoco, oh mio Signore, mancano panni e fuoco, oh mio Signore. Caro eletto pargoletto, quanto è questa povertà. Io mi innamora, già che ti fece amor, povero ancora, già che ti fece amor, povero ancora.
Andrea Bocelli.
Thank you.
This next piece that we're going to do, I did not know this, but Andrea educated me, telling me that this song was originally done in French.
Yes, I heard this song in the original language from the voice of Maestro Luciano Pavarotti first time. And I fall in love for this music. For this reason I decided to have this great melody on my Christmas album.
chrétien, c'est l'heure solennelle j'aimerais les yeux de tout voir. Il voit un frère où n'était qu'un esclave, l'amour uni s'est caché de le faire, qui lui dira notre reconnaissance, c'est pour nous tous, il n'est qu'il souffre et meurt.
Thank you. You know, there's so many wonderful things about Christmas that we all love. Just love sitting around a fireplace. You think we can get a fireplace around here somewhere, Andrea? Hey, look at that.
Everything is possible.
Nice.
For Christmas.
It looks good. But you know, there's still something missing. How about a tree? A Christmas tree with presents. I think we have everything, don't you?
I think we have many things, but we miss something. We miss a great woman because we are two men. We miss a great woman, a great singer, somebody like Natalie Cole, for example.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose, Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, folks dressed up like Eskimos.
Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight.
They know that Santa's on his way.
On his way,
He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child
is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase
to kids from 1 to 92.
Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to this simple phrase
to kids from 1 to 92.
Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you. To
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Natalie.
Natalie Cole
You are
and
great.
Andrea Bocelli. Wow.
Thank you very much.
Heavenly. So, when Andrea and I were in Italy doing vocals in June, which was kind of crazy, doing Christmas vocals in June, he introduced me to a piece of music that I had never heard before, a very popular Christmas melody in Italy called Caro Gesù Bambino.
It's a very, very sweet song that I heard when I was a child. And it's the story of a very poor child that tried to ask to Gesù Bambino to come in his house. And he says, I'm very poor, I have no toys, I have nothing, but I'm sure that you will come in my house. We will enjoy ourselves very, very much. So, come Gesù Bambino, come.
Caro Gesù Bambino, tu che sei tanto buono, fammi questo piacer, lascia una volta il cielo e vieni a giocare con me. Lo sai, il babbo è povero ed io non ho giocattoli, sono un bambino uomo con lo fosti tu. Vedrai però se vieni, noi ci divertiremo anche senza balocchi. Vieni, bambin Gesù.
Andrea and I, since our days at Lake Las Vegas together, we have a tradition. It's hard to believe that Andrea Bocelli loves Elvis Presley, but he does.
Honestly, I was a little bit jealous of Elvis Presley because when I was young, all my girlfriend loved Elvis Presley more than me. For this reason, I decide one day I will sing his song.
Well, you can't believe how he sings his song, and here to sing it with him, please welcome the incredibly talented, the iconic, the beautiful, the spectacular, America's own, Reba McEntire.
I'll have a blue Christmas without you. I'll be so blue just thinking about you. Of red on a green Christmas tree won't be the same, dear, if you're not here with me.
And when those start falling, that's when those blue memories start calling. You'll be doing alright with your Christmas of white. But I have a blue Christmas. Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree won't be the same, dear, if you're not here with me. And when those blue snowflakes start falling,
that's when those blue memories start calling. but I have a blue, blue Christmas.
Ladies and gentlemen, Reba McEntire. Reba McEntire.
O Tannenbaum, risplendi nella notte. O Tannenbaum, risplendi nella notte. Le luci tue scintillano come le stelle brillano. O Tannenbaum, risplendi nella notte. O Tannenbaum, wie treu sind deine Blätter. O Tannenbaum, wie treu sind deine Blätter. Du grünst nicht nur zur Sommerzeit, nein auch im Winter, wenn es schneit. O Tannenbaum, wie treu sind deine Blätter. Oh Christmas tree, your branches green delight us. Oh Christmas tree, your branches green delight us. They're green when summer days are bright, they're green when winter snow is white. Oh Christmas tree, your branches green delight us. Albero che illumini la notte di Natale, le luci tue ricordano la luce del Signore. Ogni mia notte splenderà se la tua luce brillerà. Oh albero che la notte di Natale.
You know, when I was a boy growing up in Canada, my father, when I was about 7 years old, introduced me via record to the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. And I thought this was the most spectacular sound I had ever heard. And it was always my dream to work with them, because I used to sing in boys' choirs. And in my mind, I thought, one day, maybe I could sing with them. The singing didn't work out, but the rest of my father's and my dream was realized just a few days ago when Andrea and I traveled to Salt Lake City. And when I tell you, this was as close to a heavenly experience that I think I've ever had in my life. With the voice of Andrea Bocelli in that tabernacle, with that choir, and this piece of music, it's so special. I would like you all to have a look at it, please, right now.
For What child is this who led to rest on Mary's lap is sleeping?
Oh, whom angels greet with anthems sweet, while the good shepherds watch our keeping.
So bring him incense, gold, and myrrh, come pleasant King, to own him.
The King of Kings salvation brings, let loving hearts enthrone him.
This is Christ the King, whom shepherds guard and angels sing. Haste, haste to bring him, Lord, the babe, the Son of Mary. Oh, raise the song on high. His mother sings her lullaby.
Oh,
joy, for Christ is born, the babe and the Son of Mary.
Market and trade industry. However, the first item was reported and approved in our last session, and there is a remaining one left. And this is in connection with the letter request of Mr. Bobby Pactura for the construction of satellite market along the proposed Calabag San Felipe Circumferential Road, Mr. Chairman. This is a letter dated November 17, 2017 of Mr. Ramon G. Florendo. Because, Mr. Chairman, during the committee hearing, the disposition of this agenda was referred to the Market Superintendent, Ramon G. Florendo, Market Superintendent. And during the last committee hearing, this is the one item left. Letter dated November 17, 2017 of Mr. Ramon G. Florendo, Market Superintendent, Naga City, People's Mall, relative to the proposed Calawag San Felipe Market. May I go directly to the disposition, Mr.
Please
Chairman?
proceed.
The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panunsod to refer the matter to the Committee on Land Use, and for Mr. Roberto Pactura to coordinate with the CPDO for the requirements for reclassification. So I move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, same is approved.
Permission to leave, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Vidal Castillo. Okay. Next item.
The report to the Committee on Laws, Ordinances, and Reorganization.
So, Chairman, may I seek acknowledgement of the report of the Committee on Laws and Ordinances?
The report is duly acknowledged.
There were 5 items, Mr. Chair. First item, proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Joselito del Rosario, Elmer Baldimogo, this representation, and Cecilia Velus de Asis, and entitled An Ordinance Reorganizing and effecting functional changes in the City Events Protocol and Public Information Office, CEPIO, integrating therein the iServe Information and Action Center and the City Publications Office, and for other purposes. May I go directly to the disposition?
Yes, please.
On motion of the Honorable Salvador del Castillo, seconded by the Honorable Del Rosario, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to create an office of the City Events Protocol and Public Information Office without positions therein.
Okay.
The integration of the positions to be created, Mr. Chairman, will come in later after the Human Resource Management Officers and the Committee on Reorganization would convene for the right sizing of all the departments in the city government of Tanga.
Any comment or recommendation? The recommendation is to create an office. I suppose this is already existing.
The CEPIO, I believe, is under the office of the city administrator at the moment.
So is this being created as a department or a mere office? Is just a mere office attached to the... Yes, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Can we get the comment of the city budget officers regarding this one, Mr. Chairman? What will be the implication? Though mayo pa man mga positions siyang suggest, but I think, Mr. Chairman, to guide us on this particular issue, can we get the comment of the city budget
officer was around during the committee hearing. In fact, he was amenable to this direction that we create the office without the positions yet, because there will be implications with regard the PS ceiling and all the others concerns also. That's why the creation of certain positions in this office would come in later once we have already integrated all the right sizing of all the departments and offices in the city government of Naga.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I second the motion.
Councilor Del Rosario.
With due respect to the chairman, the office that is being created is the City Events Protocols and Public Information Department, Mr. Chairman.
So,
yes.
Not the mere office.
Yes.
We are creating CEPIO as a department.
Yes. Elevating.
Okay. Any other comment?
In effect, we are in principle approving for that office to be converted into a department, but no positions yet from this moment until we recommend later on.
So what will be the final form of the proposed ordinance?
Well, the form would it's actually the same form except the positions therein submitted by the CEPIO.
So what sections are affected?
We are deleting first section 3, the personnel requirement. Then section 4.
Section 4 is about
the multi-year creation of positions.
Okay.
We have yet to identify later.
So we delete sections 3
and 4.
And 4. But all the other provisions stay.
Yes, please.
Okay. Motion?
I so move, Mr. Chairman. Together with the proponents here in listed.
Without objection? With one objection. So, if
without counting, without dividing the body? Well, for procedural compliance, those in favor of the motion, kindly raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Those against?
1.
So by a vote of 7 in favor, 1 against, the motion is carried. The ordinance is approved on second reading.
Item number 2, letter dated November 10, 2017 of Mr. Arthur F. Abunal, General Services Officer 1, requesting that the creation of the plantilla position Administrative Officer 1, Records Officer 1 be included in the vacant position of their office for fiscal year 2018. Disposition and motion of the Honorable Del Rosario, seconded by the Honorable Del Castillo, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to pass an ordinance creating the plantilla position of Administrative Officer 1, Records Officer 1, salary grade 10 under the General Service Office, and appropriating funds for the purpose. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We are approving this on final reading?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Third item, proposed ordinance of the Barangay Council of Bagong Bayan Norte enacting the Children's Welfare Code of Barangay Bagong Bayan Norte, providing for its functions, appropriating funds for other purposes. Disposition and motion of the Honorable Del Castillo, seconded by the Honorable Del Rosario, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to request the City Legal Officer for his legal opinion on the Children's Welfare Code of Bagong Bayan Norte if it is in consonance with our existing ordinance and not run in conflict with other existing laws. Furthermore, request the legal officer to submit his legal opinion within 5 days from receipt of the notice. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so you may approve.
Item number 4, Barangay Ordinance number 2017-003 of Bagong Bayan Norte, penalizing a person, group of persons who's involved in chismis or gossip in the community with the corresponding penalties and punishment, and creating a technical working group who will be in charge of the investigation. Disposition and motion of the Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded by the Honorable Del Rosario, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to request the City Legal Officer for his opinion on the matter within 5 days from receipt, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved.
Item number 5, Barangay Ordinance number 2017-002 of Calawag, the City, amending the Barangay Ordinance number 03-005 series of 2003 of Barangay Calawag, otherwise known as the Barangay Revenue Code of 2003. Disposition and motion duly seconded. The committee resolved for the Sangguniang Panglungsod to refer the matter to the City Treasurer for her findings, evaluation, and recommendation within 5 days from receipt, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
That ends the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ray Ann Rintoy. Next item.
The report to the Committee on Housing and Settlement, held on November 24, 2017.
There are 2 reports involving the same committee. The first is dated November 24, second is December 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request acknowledgement of the report of the Committee on Housing and Settlements for hearing held on November 24, 2017.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
There were 4 items deliberated upon by the committee. First item, letter dated November 6, 2017 of Ms. Maria Catalina Espino, Secretary-Treasurer sa Samahang Pagkakaisa ng Marhalita sa Greenland Incorporated, submitting documents relative to their resolution number 3 and 2.
Okay.
May I request, Mr. Chair, that I go directly to the disposition?
Okay, please proceed.
The discussion was actually lengthy. Disposition, the body resolved to defer the matter and to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to conduct another committee hearing, inviting all those who have deposited their equity to Ms. Rowena Balisnomo so that it can be cleared whether they would like to withdraw the money from the latter and be informed of the possible consequences when the landowner learns that they no longer have money to pay for equity for their intended purchase of the property. So we move to defer pending the next committee hearing of the Committee on Housing and Settlements.
So this is deferred.
Item number 2, undated letter of Mr. Danilo Acal requesting for clarification of his lot ownership located at Barangay Peña Francia, this city. Disposition. The body resolved to defer the matter pending the passage of an ordinance that would respond to the concern. So we move for. I think it shouldn't be deferment, Mr. Chair, because right now it cannot be acted upon. So we move instead that we inform the concerned party, Mr. Danilo Acal, that the matter cannot be acted upon without the approval of an ordinance that would respond to his concern.
Second, without objection, same is approved.
Item number 3, certification issued by the city engineer informing that a building permit was issued to Ms. Eulalia S. Riapor of Pacol, Naga City. So this is in connection with the settlement between the two parties, Mr. Chair. Disposition, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to request the HSDO to furnish the members copy of the amicable settlement entered into by Mrs. Josefina Tendenilla and Ms. Eulalia S. Riapor, both of Pacol, this city. So we move, Mr. Chair, within 5 days from receipt of this resolution of the directive of the Sanggunian. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
Item number 4 and last item, letter dated November 21, 2017 of Mr. Wilfredo Priles Jr. regarding the Naga City Employees Housing Project Phase 2, the request to change the same to economic housing, from socialized housing to economic housing. Disposition, as there are no attached documents supporting the request, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to request the HSDO to submit the required documents to the CPDO for its comment and recommendation. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
That ends my report for the said committee hearing, Mr. Chair.
The Housing and Settlement Report dated December 1, 2017.
We request acknowledgement of the report of the Committee on Housing for hearing held on December 1, 2017.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
There were only 2 items tackled by the committee, Mr. Chair. First item, proposed ordinance authored by this representation, entitled An Ordinance Strengthening the Kaantabay sa Kauswagan Program of the City Government of Naga by amending Section 3 of Article 2, first paragraph of Article 7, Sections 27 and 28 of Article 9, and Sections 31 and 32 of Article 10 of Ordinance Number 98-033, and providing additional measures to achieve the purpose and objectives of the Kaantabay sa Kauswagan Program. The draft of this proposed ordinance, Mr. Chair, was presented on first reading, I believe 3 sessions ago, and the committee had its hearing thereon. This recommendation actually has been discussed extensively and is being recommended for approval by the Naga City Urban Development and Housing Board. Mr. Chair, basically, the innovation or material change in this in the direction of in our housing program is that the initial award of house or house and land to our beneficiaries under the program will be under a usufructuary agreement. It will only be after a certain period of time when it is determined that the families are already ready for home ownership, will it then move towards ownership of the awarded lot. But the ownership will already be through the national government housing program. In other words, Mr. Chair, all programs that would involve transfer of ownership from the city government to the beneficiary will be financed through the National Housing Fund, through the Social Housing Finance Corporation, or SHFC. So that the period from the time the city awards the same to the beneficiaries will be a preparation for the beneficiaries' ownership of the property. This resort, Mr. Chair, was decided upon as one measure to prevent selling of the properties awarded under the program. If we would note, in fact, Mr. Chair, there had been a need and continuing need for legalization of illegally transferred award. But in the legalization, such legalization cannot take place unless the party or family to which the award has been illegally transferred is qualified under the requirements of our ordinance. So we are looking at this as a measure, and the Urban Poor Federation strongly endorses this strategy, that the award will be through usufruct, but the city will assist the beneficiaries to prepare them for home ownership. As provided in the ordinance, the indicator when such prepared status is evident is provided for also in the ordinance. And I am hoping, Mr. Chair, that all members will thoroughly read this proposed measure, as we will be presenting it on third reading after today's committee report. So we are ready for to receive comments from the other members who are not members of the committee.
Comments, reactions? Councilor Del Rosario.
Good afternoon, Madam, Sir. Dako lang pong shift ni Ma'am sa Urban Poor Program ta. From the usual na approach to this sort of innovative
scheme.
Pikano ko lang po kung igwa po ning toro na presentation kaning sa Urban Poor Federation and naintindihan nindang proposal.
Yes.
And kung igwa sindang endorsement kaning kuya ni.
Yes, like I have manifested earlier, this ordinance is actually coming from the Naga City Urban Development and Housing Board, because it was first discussed there even before it was presented to the Sanggunian. So what was actually presented was what was approved at the Naga City Urban Development and Housing Board.
Okay.
So we will be presenting in the next session, Mr. Chair, the final form of the ordinance, as there were comments also to be included during the committee hearing.
Okay.
So we defer until the next session, Mr. Chairman. Item number 2 and last, letter dated November 15, 2017 from Engineer Rolando Escampillo submitting the revised computation of the unit cost of the city's CBD2 housing project located at Barangay Lerma, this city. As shown in the facts and findings, Mr. Chair, it is the recommendation of the committee that the units already constructed, there are 22 units already constructed in the property, be awarded under a usufruct arrangement under the terms and conditions as specified in the ordinance that we have just presented to you once it is finalized. So the prevailing sentiment, Mr. Chair, is that the property is too valuable to be used only for one level housing strategy. What we want really is a medium-rise development for this area. So ang sentiment kang committee, Mr. Chair, is since na-construct na yan, hayaan ta nang una, taalangan manggabaon tayo para magtugdok kita ning medium-rise, pero i-award na nang una under usufruct ang arig mapakinabangan na, while we are actually preparing duman sa Kabanga where we intend to construct the medium-rise development. Pag na-construct na siguro si medium-rise development, then we can transfer the beneficiaries in the already constructed structure, and then we can erect another medium-rise development in the area. So that's our recommendation, Mr. Chair, para si complication siguro about valuating the property. Dahil kita mag-worry. Because if we will award it now under the ownership program, baka magkaiwa kitang problema sa valuation. So the recommendation, Mr. Chair, is to award it under a usufructory arrangement, and for the Sanggunian to look into the appropriate development strategy for the area, one which would maximize actually the total value or the actual value, the real value of the property, so that it will benefit more beneficiaries of our program. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Any comment? None? By usufruct arrangement, meaning the beneficiaries are not going to pay any amount?
Under the proposed ordinance, Mr. Chair, which we hope we will approve in the next session, The beneficiaries will be paying an amount equivalent to what will be required to maintain for repairs and maintenance of the property. So it's a minimal amount that will be recommended by the Housing Board to the Sanggunian as to how much it will be, but the basis would be what would be necessary for repair and maintenance of the units. So we will be recommending, Mr. Chair, the amount after the matter is deliberated upon at the Naga City Urban Development and Housing Board.
So essentially, we are providing a free space for the beneficiaries. They are not going to pay the cost of the land.
Yes.
They are not going to pay the cost of the building.
Yes, they will not. So that we will not be so tied down in terms of the kind of development that we will really actually implement in the area. Because if we will award it now, our hands will be tied already.
So how much are we foregoing insofar as the already constructed residential buildings are concerned?
As I understand it, Mr. Chair, the cost of the units is actually 430. The construction of the unit, the cost of construction for the units. But the total package, if we will really consider the value of the property and the improvement erected, is about 450. About 450, Mr. Chair. And our intended beneficiaries, most of the intended beneficiaries, may not be able to afford it.
Is this not some kind of dole out? Will we not be obliged to later on give away all other socialized housing lots that we are acquiring?
No, Mr. Chairman, because like we said, we are not actually giving away ownership over the property. So we are not giving away anything.
We are not giving away, but we are not getting our money back.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because like I have expressed earlier, the period for preparing them for ownership will happen after we have awarded the use of usufructuary to them. In other words, it will not be forever a usufruct, but we have to be able to prepare the beneficiaries for ownership of the property. And when we are ready to transfer ownership to them, it will be through the National Housing Program that we will be availing of. In other words, Mr. Chair, daitang ka ikukumit ang satuyang fund in this program because actually dahulon pong fund ang national government na dain natatap. So when the property will be transferred to the beneficiaries under the ownership scheme, we will already be availing of the national government housing program. In the Mindaro, it's a provisional arrangement. The usufructuary arrangement is a provisional arrangement until such time that the beneficiaries will be ready for ownership. In the proposed ordinance, Mr. Chair, there are indicators that we have provided when we can say that the beneficiaries are ready for ownership and therefore we will assist them access the national government housing program.
Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking back at the cost of development, including the cost of the property, which we acquired from Ruby Silver. Can we just a sort of recoupment of some cost that the city have invested in that property, even if the terms is under usufructuary, and yet we are not barred from collecting some portion of our investment in the property. Kasi maski ito na lang sigurong cost o kung mabayad ka ng real property tax on the property. Yes. At least may mabultada ng maski papaano sa kabankang gobyerno lokal Canaga. It's not entirely a dole-out project, but ikaw mag-irari responsibility at mga beneficiary para bayadan sa gobyerno lokal Canaga and magamit Canaga on other projects.
Yes. Actually, that's very correct. May I respond, Mr. Chair? That's very correct because I just failed to mention it's also in the proposed ordinance that the amount that they will be paying is one, if there is house the amount should be sufficient for repair and maintenance, and for the land, the amount that they should be paying is equivalent, not less than what they should be paying if they were paying for real property taxes on the property. So that's what they will actually be shouldering. So it's really not a dole out.
Is the amount to be paid intended for repair and maintenance of the building?
Different, Mr. Chair. The payment for use of land, which is the amount of which will be based on what would be the equivalent if they were to pay real property taxes. So that's for the use of the land. But for the house, for the unit, the amount that they will be using is that which is sufficient to maintain the property.
So meaning that will be intended for repair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So that the amount that may be collected or received by the city will have to be set aside for the purpose?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And does that mean that the repair will have to be undertaken by the city?
Yes, in the proposed ordinance.
Even if the building is being utilized already by the beneficiaries?
In the proposed ordinance, Mr. Chair, the repair and maintenance will be undertaken in partnership between the city government and the homeowners association. We will be using the model that's being used in Bahay Pag-asa, Mr. Chairman, which is a medium-rise development program of the HSFC, which we have seen to be very successful. So it's really a trailblazing. It will be a trailblazing initiative especially once we have already constructed a medium-rise development in the area. So we're actually very excited with this, Mr. Chairman. We will be trying to put up or institute all the policies that we need in order to make this work, but always in partnership with the homeowners association in the area.
Okay. Any other comment? If none,
Sir.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Ma'am, we are contemplating on a pushing for a one-time, big-time urban poor package.
Yes.
As mentioned by Mayor John Bongat and as mentioned also by my good friend Councilor Labadia in one of his so many privileged speeches. Ano po ang magiging impact po kani ma'am? Kasi although nahiling na po itong sa Valenzuela ito na successful, pero first time po kayo ining gibon di sa naga ining vertical ano ni.
Yes.
Dahil man daw po to maapektaran itong pigpupustang one time, big time
actually
na darawang taduan si mga
Yes, actually, Councilor Del Rosario, it will help us in implementing that one-time, big-time, because we will have like a small example. We will already be able to do a small example here, and hopefully, whatever learning we might have here, we will be able to use in that one-time, big-time. This one cannot be the one-time, big-time. This is a very small property, but it will be. We will test our effort towards medium-rise development in terms of housing our poor in the city. So. But everything is still still conceptual. We will have to really contribute our thoughts, our insights before we can even finalize this project. What we are actually talking about now is how we will award those that are already existing units. Our recommendation is to award it under a usufruct arrangement as contained in the ordinance, so that we can still be open. Our hands will not be tied as to the final development that we will decide to introduce in the area.
Okay.
So we move, Mr. Chair.
Is there an objection?
We will soon be presenting once our technical offices have come up with the recommended amount that will be shouldered. But it shouldn't be a hindrance for not awarding it already. We have to award the property so that continued deterioration will be avoided. But the final terms will be subject, of course, to the approval of the Sangguniang Panlungsod.
Okay. For the record, I find the intention very noble, because we will really providing not only land but also housing for the intended beneficiaries. I am apprehensive though that this may be used to bargain for the same arrangement insofar as our other housing sites, our housing projects are concerned.
Mr. Chair, it's very clear in the proposed ordinance that the usufructuary arrangement is only a preparatory stage. It's actually a preparation towards home ownership. But so that we will avoid all the errors that we have committed in the past of immediately awarding it, that the beneficiaries are already selling it even before they occupy the property because they are already looking forward to owning the property, that will be avoided entirely under this scheme. Because ownership will be undertaken only when the indicators as provided in the ordinance as to their preparedness for ownership are present, and actual payment, actual payment to the city government will come from the national government. We will be availing of the national government housing program.
In other words, this is a temporary or provisional arrangement.
Yes,
we are
Mr.
still looking at being able to recoup
Yes, we should.
the expenses that we shall be incurring in
Yes,
the
Mr.
project.
Chair.
Okay.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
The report to the Committee on Transport.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, and to my esteemed colleagues. My request acknowledgement of the Committee on Transport report.
Your report is duly acknowledged, but before that, before us is our budget officer. I would like to know if there is some concern. You have some concern involving
Item number 10, Mr. Chair.
item number 10.
Yes.
Okay. So immediately after your report, we will proceed to item number 10.
The committee hearing, Mr. Chair, was held last December 6, 2007. May I go directly to the first business?
Yes, please.
First, Mr. Chair, letter dated October 18, 2017 of Mr. Rogelio A. Nava, Chairman, MNEVTS, following up the request for cancellation of e-trike franchise of Mr. Jason Ramer M. Masagka and Mr. Jeremy T. Baldosa. By the way, Mr. Chair, the committee hearing was with quorum. We were able to master quorum during the committee hearing.
Okay.
As to the disposition, the body has resolved to deny the request of MNEVTS as a reiteration of the previous decision of the Sangguniang Panlungsod.
Councilor Labadia Jr.
Si denial, Mr. Chairman, on marama ko on what ground? Si request kang co-op.
Ano nga ining MNEVTS?
Metro Naga Electric Vehicle Transport Service Cooperative.
Okay. Okay. Please respond.
Ang request po nila, Mrs. Chair, na rule na inikang sanggunian is i-drop na ining ki Mr. Masagka and Mr. Baldosa dahil nasa abroad na ining duwa. Then, ipangaran na lang sa MNBTS itong duwang franchise.
Mr. Chairman, since under our ordinance, ang mga kooperatiba is entitled to 5 units, maybe the committee can reconsider this one. Considering ng aram ko, yan duwang unit na yan. Kung di nakakabayad talaga, or mayaw na sa abroad. So, yung request in the Mr. Chairman is in order, considering may ordinance kita na ang Metro Naga Electric Vehicle, ang kooperatiba is entitled to 5 units ownership, Mr. Chairman. For consideration, Mr. Chairman of the committee.
So, Any reaction from the chairman and or members of the committee?
We would like first to get the appropriate or the exact number from the task force Trimobile.
You are referring to the particular provision being referred to?
No, yung present pong award na sa cooperative kaning kumpira na po.
Okay.
Para ma-determine Mr.
The secretary, do you have the data?
I am not ready with the information.
May pa. Kami, Mr. Chair, sa parte ko, kang committee, siguro mamang kaming opposition. Kailan kung mag-exceed na naman sa 5, definitely will not accede.
So, is there a way of immediately determining the number of units in the name of the cooperative? This is a cooperative? Okay.
For the meantime, Mr. Chair, habang tigahanap nila, may go...
Yes, you can proceed to the other items of your report.
While waiting for
the meantime, the secretary is instructed to look for the necessary data and provide us the same. Okay?
Number 2, first endorsement dated November 17 from the Office of the City Mayor, endorsing the letter dated November 15 of Mr. Dennis Constantino of Zone 1, Barangay Mabolo, the city applying for Trimobile franchise. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, the body resolved to recommend to Sangguniang Panunsod to request Mr. Dennis Constantino of Zone 1, Mabolo to forward this application enclosing therein all the requirements and to submit the same to the Trimobile Task Force for evaluation. I so move, Mr. Chair.
By the way, why is there such an application for franchise? Have we already opened up? Have we given necessary notice for the submission of? I understand that there were franchises surrendered to us,
Cancelled, yes.
and or that there are available for Trimobile franchise. But I think there should be a process that should be considered before we finally make a grant.
Ini Mrs. si nag-letter ni sa Sanggunian, then piga committee hearing me. Ang pigano niya, Mr. Chair, is regular franchise of tricycle.
That is why. We have how many regular franchises that are available? Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not in attendance during the committee hearing, Mr. Chair. With due respect to our chairman and members, I understand, Mr. Chair, that our direction on Trimobile is to fill up the available franchise up to 1.5. For now, we are granting franchise for e-trike up to 100. Pero ang pakakatanda ko, Mr. Chairman, paduman girari kita sa pagbalik sa 1,500. So kung may mapapanong up to 100 e-trike franchise, idideduct ito duman sa mga makakancel na regular franchise na mag-abot giraray, na mabilog giraray up to 1.5. So I think, Mr. Chair, dahil pa kita open for application for a regular franchise.
I think we really have to review our existing ordinance because if my recollection serves me right, I think the direction is for us to go e-trike or Egypt, and in fact, taxical should be discouraged. We are discouraging the use of fuel, and if that is the case, if a Trimobile franchise is surrendered, then we can open up for probably e-trike. Councilor Labadia Jr.
For the moment, Mr. Chairman, item number 2, he should be informed that the franchises being offered by the city is not yet being open, Mr. Chairman. That may be the information should be given to Mr. Dennis Constantino.
And not asking him to submit the necessary documents.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes.
Is
Yes,
that all
Mr.
right, Councilor Del
Yes, yes,
Castillo?
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo?
Can we first, I believe, Mr. Chair, that with your respect to the committee, I believe this is premature to have Mr. Constantino submit all the requirements. Since first we have to settle what would be the final action of the Sangguniang Panunsod on our 3 resolutions. The one that we forfeit those who were not able to renew their franchises, and there is no final action yet on what we will do with those forfeited franchise. So I think we should first settle that down before we accept application for franchise.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That is also a good point raised by Councilor Del Castillo. So we will have to notify the applicant that we are not yet accepting any application for Trimobile franchise. And if ever, I think what we will be accepting is application for e-trike.
Because this is the direction of the city.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, my dear colleagues. Mr. Chair, I was informed by Mr. De La Torre about the first item regarding the
Metro
Naga item number 1, Mr. Chair. According to Mr. De La Torre, Mayo Papuning Award as far as this transport cooperative is concerned.
So, if that is the case,
they are entitled to 5 units.
Is the cooperative registered?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
motion?
We would like to reconsider the committee report and to award the we cancel the we reiterate the cancellation of the franchise awarded to Masagka and Baldosa, and we recommend that we award this to the Metro Naga Electric Transport Electric Vehicle Transport Service Cooperative, Mr. Chair.
Any without objection? Same is approved. Is that an objection? Okay, in which case we now approve. Councilor Del Castillo.
I think the proper procedure would be first we will cancel the franchise in favor of Mr. Masagka and Mr. Baldosa.
We already
then let the cooperative submit all the necessary documents for acquiring or securing a franchise.
Okay. You have a point, Councilor Del Castillo, but insofar as cancellation is concerned, that was already done. As to the submission of the necessary documents, can you tell us about this, Councilor Del Rosario?
We inform the Mr. Naba, the chairman, to submit the necessary documents to the Trimobile Task Force for the task force to process said application, Mr. Chair.
In other words, there is no submission yet, and that therefore our disposition earlier is premature, and we are therefore reconsidering it.
Yes.
Okay. So the final disposition is for the chairman of the MNEVTS to submit the necessary papers. Okay, the secretary will please communicate that to the concerned party. Please proceed, Councilor.
Item number 3, endorsement letter dated November 25 of Mr. Herbert L. Dominguez II, Operations Manager of Cebu EB Park Corporation, endorsing the list of applicants who met the requirements and recognized by the corporation and requesting to allow the said applicants to avail franchise. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, according to the task force Mobile, the applicants: Hill Bilen of Dayangdang, Naga City. Number 2, John Paul A. Makalintal of San Juan Street, Tisarog, Naga City. Number 3, Ronnie R. Clotario of Lerma, Naga City. Number 4, Reynaldo M. Sudsod of Brillante Compound, Sabang, Naga City. And Victorino B. Borbe of Pacol, Naga City have fully satisfied all the requirements set forth by existing ordinance on the grant of franchise. 1, they are all residents of Naga City. They are all registered voters of this city. They are all bona fide drivers and none of them an operator. Number 4, they possess the units necessary roadworthiness requirement as mandated by the City Council. And number 5, they are all being endorsed by Prosa Hirose as per the attached contract submitted to the Task Force Mobile, Mr. Chair. According to the Task Force Mobile, they have examined all the documents of the applicants and found them complete and in order.
Councilor Labadia.
May I request item number 4, the documents being presented to us, the number 4, Mr. Chairman. Because as I remember, the applicant should be giving us the roadworthiness coming from the LTO, Mr. Chairman. Since we have already do away that the company will be the one to present, the committee has agreed that during the application, the roadworthiness certification will be coming from the LTO, Mr. Chairman.
The Chairman of the Committee on Transportation.
May I request the head of the Trimobile Task Force to provide us with the document.
May I just request, Mr. Chairman, if there is a certification coming from the LTO, because this was our agreement during the presentation of the 3 companies, and the Sangguniang Panglungsod has agreed on it, that every single application will be attaching the roadworthiness coming from the LTO, Mr. Chairman. If it is not on record, Mr. Chairman, may I request that this be deferred and request the applicant to submit it to the Committee on Transport or to the Committee on Task Force Trimobile, Mr. Chairman.
The Secretary?
Still looking for the documents, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand, Mr. Chair, that the applicant is present at the moment. So may we know from them if they already submitted the roadworthiness document?
We suspend our rules. We have here...
Mr. Chairman, before we let them talk, maybe dahil sa ang hinahagad ko lang, Mr. Chairman, is na kung iguana kadtong napag-urulayan ta. Ang hinahagad ko lang, Mr. Chairman, sina-agree kang Sangguniang Panglungsod. Whether magsabi silang iguana umayo pa, Mr. Chairman, dahil man yan gayong importante sa sasabihin nila, ang importante, Mr. Chairman, si papeles na pig-aprobahan kang Sangguniang Panglungsod.
At least we will know if they already submitted or they have already secured from the concerned agency. So, anyone from the 5? Mr. Hill Belen?
Hello. Marina hapon po, Mr. Chair. Sa Simon Pag-ariba. Ngayon na po, kompleto na po si Samuyang Papilis.
Ang pag-uulayan ta itong item number 4, roadworthiness.
Ngayon na po yan.
Na-submit na?
Ngayon na po yan. Kasabay niya katong certification kang accredited driver.
Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Belen.
Salamat po.
May I check the document submitted, Mr. Chair?
Okay, so for the meantime, we temporarily defer this one. We will go back to this later on.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So thank you, Councilor Del Rosario. We will now proceed to the next item.
The report of the Committee on Appropriation.
Committee on Appropriations.
Mr. Chairman, kindly acknowledge the report of the Committee on Appropriations.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
This is the report of the committee's December 7 hearing. There were 16 items, Mr. Chairman, but they can all be grouped and dispensed with haste. The first two items, Mr. Chairman, are the supplemental budgets for Tinago and Del Rosario. And if I may proceed to the disposition, the first disposition is on motion, and second, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the passage of a resolution approving the supplemental budget number 1 of Barangay Tinago amounting to 320,758 and 32 pesos and 32 centavos. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
The second supplemental budget is that of Barangay Del Rosario. On motion and second, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the passage of a resolution approving the supplemental budget number 1 of Barangay Del Rosario amounting to 356,407 pesos and 90 centavos. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Same is approved.
The next two are likewise supplemental budgets, but we separated them because of the amount involved. The first is that of Mabolo. The disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion and second, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the passage of resolution approving the supplemental budget of Barangay Mabolo amounting to 2,261,150 pesos and 43 centavos. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Same is approved.
The second, Mr. Chairman, is that of Barangay San Felipe. The disposition, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the passage of a resolution approving the supplemental budget number 1 of Barangay San Felipe amounting to 2,015,161 pesos and 79 centavos. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Same is approved.
So the question of the supplemental budgets of Mabolo and San Felipe were scrutinized precisely to know why, whereas the supplemental budgets of most barangays amount to only a few 100,000 pesos. Theirs went to 2 million each. Apparently, Mr. Chairman, the certification from the accountant's office indicated so much available still for surplus.
Okay.
Item number 5 and 6, Mr. Chairman, are regular budgets, annual budgets. The first being that of PACOL, and so the disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion and second, the committee resolved to recommend the passage of a resolution approving the 2018 budget of Barangay PACOL amounting to 9,262,768 pesos. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Same is approved.
The next is that of Barangay Sabang. The disposition, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
On motion and second, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the passage of a resolution authorizing. Sorry. On motion and second, the committee resolved to recommend the passage of a resolution approving the 2018 budget of Barangay Sabang amounting to 6,280,000 pesos. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, any second? Same is approved.
Okay. Items 7 and 8 are requests for charging to current appropriation of prior expenditures. Number 7, Mr. Chairman, the recommendation is for the Sangguniang Panlunsod, the passage of a resolution authorizing the charging against current appropriation of the concerned offices of their prior year's obligation totaling 127,634 pesos and 95 centavos. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Same is approved.
Item number 8, Mr. Chairman, is again charging to current appropriation expenditures of the previous year, but this one is only for the agriculture, Mr. Chairman. The disposition is a recommendation to charge for authorizing the charging against current appropriation for the maintenance and other operating expenses of the City Agriculture Office and the claim for reimbursement of City Agriculturist Edna Bongalonta for various expenses as well as meals for year-end evaluation of ICFP TWG amounting to 23,745 pesos and 21,000 pesos respectively. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Same is approved.
Item number 9, Mr. Chairman, is a recommendation for condonation on interest. The disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion and second, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the condonation only of the interest and only up to August 2018 on loans due from corn farmers for loans of the immediately past planting season. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Same is approved.
No questions. Item number 10. Number 10, Mr. Chairman, was deferred. This is the request for $500,000 financial assistance to the Senior Citizens Federation. In the absence of the proponent, the committee resolved to defer consideration of this matter.
So this item is deferred.
Number items 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15 are all requests for financial assistance, Mr. Chairman. Item number 11 is for the Taekwondo team of Naga College. In the absence of the representative from the Naga College Foundation Taekwondo team, the committee resolved to defer the matter. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second. Same is approved.
Item number 12 is a request from Ms. Teresa Lumeda of the Ateneo de Naga University. Disposition, Mr. Chairman. On motion and second, the Sangguniang Panlunsod the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod to extend the financial assistance amounting to 5,000 pesos to Ms. Therese Elaine Lumeda of the Ateneo de Naga in connection with her participation in the second International Students Research Forum held in Tagaytay City, November 27-28. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Same is approved.
Item number 13 was likewise deferred, Mr. Chairman. In the absence of the requesting party, these would be students from BISCAST for participation in planned visit around Luzon.
Okay, the same is deferred.
Item number 14, Mr. Chairman. Item number 14 is a request from Ms. Elsa Elopre of the Ateneo de Naga University requesting for financial assistance. The disposition, Mr. Chairman. The committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod to refer the matter to the office of Congressman Gabriel Bordado with note that Ms. Elsa Elopre be given 10,000 in connection with her participation in the 28th International Conference on Social Science and Humanities on December 26 and 27. This is so, Mr. Chairman, because Ms. What's her name now? Ms. Elopre is not a resident of the city, but is a resident of the 3rd District.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Del Rosario.
Nag-approve po kayo si Congressman Gabi. Nag-approve na po kayo ng 10,000.
Pigtausahin mo.
Dahil po, kasi pig-volunteer na si...
Pigsabihin mo naman po si...
Okay.
Pigsabihin mo naman kayo.
Okay.
Pero baka pigwalat ba kada sa imo? Ha?
Kulang pa.
Pigwalat sa imo. Ang urulay mo ni Councilor Vidal, ang kakulangan si duman sa pigwalatan. Item number 15, Mr. Chairman. Again, is a request from Mr. Figuracion of the BISCAST. Recommendation. Disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion and second, the committee resolved to recommend Sangguniang to extend financial assistance amounting to 5,000 pesos to Mr. John Lawrence Figuracion and others from Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology for their research study automatic climate change resilient pilot house. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Same is approved.
The last item, Mr. Chairman, the committee took note of the letter from the budget officer informing the Sangguniang about the basis for the proposed personnel services appropriation for 2018. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, same is noted.
That ends the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gregorio Abonal. Next item. Next item.
Can we go back, Mr. Chair, to the e-trike issue, Mr. Chair?
Okay. On the e-trike.
Checking the requirements of the Tri-Mobility Task Force, it appears that the LTO certificate of roadworthiness is not among the requirements. It will appear as an additional requirement of the Sangguniang.
So by that situation, Mr. Chairman, as agreed upon by the committee, by the entire Sangguniang Panlunsod, we defer this particular approval, Mr. Chairman, pending the submission of the said request of the Sangguniang Panglungsod.
Okay. Before that, I have noticed that we had already issued franchises in favor of certain individuals. Did we require the same?
No. Mr. Chairman, we have already approved. We did not require them because the company was the one who give us the roadworthiness. Si company ang nagtao. Kaya nga ni Mr. Chairman, ang sinasuggest ko kadto, itauna kang company ining tulo na magtao na ning roadworthiness. Tangan hindi na magparapagal ini yung mga applicants. Ngunyan, habo mangkang iba, o di nag-agree kita na nag-suggest pa nga ni duman sa Urulay na si individual na lang yan kaya nang matao kang roadworthiness. Now, here we are. Na nakakaproblema naman kita, mga ipampik sa submit. Dito ni Mr. Chairman pwede ipirit na aprobaran ini considering na pig-agreehan tayo niyo, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Del Rosario.
As to the manifestation of the task force Trimobile head, mayo ni duman sa original na requirements ta. May man talaga ni kasi pig-agreehan ta lang ni as additional. Pareho man lang yang katong kontrata na isasubmit inda as additional requirement. Igwa man sinta Mr. Chairman pinapahiling na sa roadworthiness. Kapot-kapot tindangon yan. Baka pwede
then if there is already that document, then they can already submit it to us.
Oh, pigpiling na nga ni Mr. Chairman Subago.
Where is this document?
Mayo man kita Mr. Chairman problema kaya i-submit igdiyo kasi ang issue naman lang igdiyo i-submit itong road. Uulitin ko lang ni Mr. Chairman para malinaw. Ang masubmit talaga kang roadworthiness is the company. Kaya itong mga pig-arap po baranta kadto ang nag-submit si kumpanya na ang unit nila is roadworthy. Kaya baka sinasabi ko ulitin ko Mr. Chairman, I was insisting that the three companies who is applying, they are the one to submit the roadworthiness.
Okay. The applicants are waiving certain documents. No? Are these the documents that
Mr. Chairman, in the spirit of Christmas, I am waiving my objection, Mr. Chairman. Baka insist naman ni Councilor Lito na malungsi na pati. I am waiving my objection, Mr. Chairman. I move for the approval of the said request.
Mr. Chair,
I think we have to be settled. We have to clarify whether this one is really required, because if this is so, then we really have to ask the submission of the documents. Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As a matter of fact, during the committee hearing, we requested them to present those documents, and the committee ruled that they possess the, kaya po nga niyaon dyan sa number 4, they possess the units necessary roadworthiness requirements.
But the documents submitted to me, handed to me, are registration documents.
It's the LTOs now saying that they are registering the units. They are certifying the roadworthiness, Mr. Chair.
So you are saying, Councilor Del Rosario, that effectively this is the
yes, Mr. Chair, just like
roadworthiness certification.
Just like yung mga auto, Mr. Chair, mga auto, yan mga sedan, gabos. Pag pag-register na yung kang LTO, they now certify the roadworthiness of the vehicle. Otherwise, then hindi i-register. Gusto ko lang yan i-emphasize, Mr. Chair, to ally the peers of my good friend, Councilor Labadie.
Okay, since you are good friends and it's Christmas.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, we can have a long debate. Pero dahil nga ni gusto ta naman magka-iring kami na yung nag-a-apply. Kasi may argumento pa, Mr. Chairman, you are given the certification as a private. Pero itong gagamitan mo na siya as a public vehicle, iba man yan. Pero anyway, I am waiving my right, Mr. Chairman. Depende na yan sa Sangguniang Panglungsod if they will approve. Basta day na ako, Mr. Chairman, makontra.
Okay. So what's the pleasure of Councilor Del Rosario?
I move that we approve the franchises to Hill Belen, John Paul Macalintal, Mr. Clotario of Lerma, Mr. Sudsod of Sabang Naga City, and Victory Noborbe of Pacol Naga City.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved. We issue five separate resolutions. Okay. Next item.
The letter of invitation to Mr. Frank Mendoza, the City Budget Officer, with respect to the request of the Honorable City Mayor for an authority to enter into a contract with the Land Bank of the Philippines for the proposed installation of ATM machine at the Naga City People's Mall.
Why did we ask the presence of Mr. Frank Mendoza? Councilor Del Castillo.
I believe the presence of Mr. Mendoza is in connection with the purchase of the vehicles, Mr. Chairman. Because when we treated this particular matter, we asked Mr. Mendoza to determine how much is the total appropriation so that if we can upgrade the vehicle to be purchased. Now, what I'm saying is the presence of Mr. Mendoza is in connection with this item. The request of Mr. Abunal, item number 2, because we have not yet settled this matter, Mr. Chairman.
So we are going back to item number 2?
Yes, yes. We are not through with this item, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And we have not issued the necessary authority to purchase this vehicle because of some concern.
Okay.
First, the concern that good for the city if we'll purchase a diesel-powered vehicle. Yan si diskusyon kasubagong, Mr. Chair. That's why we tasked Mr. Mendoza to determine the cost, total cost of the vehicles to be purchased.
So we suspend our rules. Frank, please come forward. So how much more do we need?
I just checked the websites of the different brands, and unfortunately, we do not have a diesel version that would meet our budgetary capacity. Ang yaon lang po, Toyota Innova is one option, but the displacement of Toyota Innova is 2.8. Under existing regulation, we can only buy up to 2.5 cc. Ugamaning yes, pero itong 2.5 na Innova, mayo na to phased out na. Pero manarog kang crosswind sa ka-adventure na mga 2.5 man, ipi-phase out naman. So ang available talaga, mga gas-powered, Avanza sa Vitara. Ang Avanza is 915,000, duman yan sa terdako lang makina 1.5, pero itong entry level na 1.5. Entry level na 1.3 is 707,000. We would suggest na we get the 1.5. But it is a gas-powered, gasoline-powered engine, not a diesel engine. Sa kunya kaya medyo masakit maghanap diesel na itong saradit lang na auto. Kadakling diesel, mga either pick-up or SUV talaga. Pick-up, the cheapest pick-up would be Mitsubishi Strada 2.4. The Mitsubishi Strada 2.5 is also due for phase out. Ang makina kay ito, Euro 2 for the 56. Ang Strada 2.4, the entry level version is 1.215. 1,215,000. Pero kung people carrier kaya, sa lingko ang Avanza would fit the bill. Pero kung siguro masarakat sa bukid, may mga karga sa likod, ang Estrada pwede man.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Higher than 2.5 displacement.
May regulation po kaya, for one, kayo po ng clearance para makabakal ng auto. Kayo po ng clearance.
Clearance from?
From the OP, Office of the President, through the DILG.
Okay.
And they have issued a guideline, ang nakalagduman, pag-abot sa MPV and SUV, multipurpose vehicle saka SUV, up to 2.5 lang. Pag sedan, up to 2.0. So may mga limit. Pero lang kung Presidente, Supreme Court, etc., medyo lang kasi displacement na inaalaw.
Mm-hmm. In the case of the service for Sangguniang Panunsol,
kuyan po, may mga problema. Ining ban na Super Grandia, roughly mga 2 million. Diesel.
Okay.
That is aviation fuel lang.
So what is the suggestion of the budget officer?
We would propose na we stick with the Avanza. Sa kunyang kaya ang model limitado pang marita, nasa transition pa ng mga automobile companies. Pero siguro by next year or 2 years from now, ugana sila mga model na saradit. In fact, ang Hyundai sa Kia may 1.6 ng diesel, pero mahal-mahal ang presyo. Saka ang Porbacay Garo day bagay sa government office. Pick up, 2.5. Si mga opisina kayo po ng pick up, then that would be an option. Hilux or D-Max or Strada.
Okay. Motion?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
Wait.
Second? We are approving the request as stated in the letter of Mr. Art Abonal.
And if additional budget would be needed to implement it, then
Okay. Yes, Kang.
Probably the only amendment would be Mitsubishi Adventure. We can no longer register that by January. Siguro kapos na lang Avanza. Except yung
Councilor Rentoy? That's correct.
Can we?
And also we are approving the request social welfare and something that is not already approved with these requests before.
In the case of the Sangguniang, there was already a resolution. Okay, so we are approving the request of
Vehicle Central Station, 1 unit, city engineers, 2 units only, 1 assessor, 1 engineer.
Okay. Agreed? Okay. Subject to the possibility of exploring the purchase of a diesel powered engine. Okay. On joint and collective motion. Thank you, Frank. Councilor Del Rosario.
Another concern for Mr. Mendoza, Mr. Chair. Ito pong sa land bank.
Yes. That's for item number 10. Yeah. So, what about?
May note kaya si Sir Frank naman sa itaas na part kang letter.
Okay.
Probably na-evaluate niya na before pig forwarding sa Sangguniang.
So that's item number 10. By the way, in item number 1, we are issuing separate resolutions, right? Okay. On item number 10, so we are being requested to pass a resolution authorizing the mayor. Okay, Frank, can you respond to
It's
the question?
Mr. Chair, it's just a simple request for authority.
But has the exact location been determined already? Or-
I am not actually privy to the details. It just so happened that I was the acting city administrator at the time that communication was forwarded to CMO.
Okay. Councilor Rentoy, motion? Okay, any second? Without objection, same is approved. Next item.
Letter dated December 7, 2017 from Mr. Frank Mendoza, acting CHRMO.
Any motion?
Resolution.
Any motion? Immersion program for senior high school students.
I move, Mr. Chair, that we...
Councilor Del Rosario.
I move that we authorize the city mayor to enter to...
Any second? Same is approved. Next item.
The letter dated December 6 from Engineer Rubencia with respect to the establishment of eastbound terminal.
Okay, noted. Next item.
The endorsement from the Tri-Mobile Task Force endorsing the applications for...
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilor
this
Del
will now
Rosario.
be considered moot and academic, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Because of our approval today.
Okay. So item number 13 is moot and academic. Next item.
The 2018 annual budget of the city government.
Okay. Any comment on this? We are supposed to set a regular session within the week on Friday. We will include this in the agenda. Okay. Next item.
The submitted development plan of the city hospital.
We refer this to the Committee on Health. Next
New
item.
business, the resolution of the Honorable Ranyola authorizing the city mayor to enter into a sisterhood agreement with the city government of
We refer this to the Committee on Culture and the Arts.
The letter dated December of Mr. Anselmo Oberos of Bagong Sirang San Felipe submitting his explanation on the establishment of a town called Almosia.
Mr. Chair,
Councilor Del Rosario.
I think the Committee on Barangay Affairs, Committee on Agriculture, Environment, Transport can take cognizance of this very important legislation.
Did we not rule on this before? Already? We were saying that we do not have jurisdiction to act on it. Okay, so the secretary will please inform who is this? Mr. Anselmo Oberos, that the Sangguniang cannot act on his request, it being outside of its jurisdiction. Next item.
The endorsement from the Tri-Mobile Task Force endorsing the applications for
this is referred to the Committee on Transport.
other matters. The resolution from the Sangguniang Panlusod of Zamboanga with respect to the setup of government's anti-drug operations.
Noted.
Nominal voting.
Councilor Baldimoro. Yes. Okay. That will be, yes, Friday, December 15. That will be our third regular session. Can we start earlier at 8:30? 8:30? Okay. Councilor Baldimoro?
Mr. Chair, before the nominal voting, there is an invitation from the Naga City Central Fire Station on their Christmas party on December 18 at 1:30 p.m. For the Sangguniang Panglungsod.
December
18
at
1:30 p.m.
1:30. BFP.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other matter?
On the nominal voting, Mr. Chair, may I move that all the approved resolution and ordinance be transferred to nominal voting and approve the same.
Same is approved. Session
to adjourn.
Is now adjourned.
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbing manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urug na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguniang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan Sangguniang Panlunsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.